support service system. And I'm just happy to have you all here. And hopefully this is the first in many pupil appraisal summer institutes that we'll be having. So thank you again for coming. So what I want to do is power out. Okay, don't worry about it. So just some housekeeping things. When you go outside of the doors here to the left, you'll find restrooms on both sides of the hall. This is the Bessie boardroom. We are not supposed to be eating and drinking in here. So please keep that in mind. We had to use this space because we had such an overwhelming response to this conference. So this is like the biggest space that we could find to kind of house everybody for certain sessions. So that's why we're in here today. So I want to introduce our team members for those of you who may not know many of them. So of course, I want to introduce first Ms. Meredith Jordan, who is our Executive Director for Diverse Learners. Meredith? Okay. All right, and Miss Chelsea Guillory, she is a program specialist. She keeps us all in line and what we're supposed to be doing. Ashley Augustine, many of you all know, she is the director on policy side, policy and data. Miss Yolanda Oates, she's out of the room at the, oh, she's here. Hi, Yolanda. You all know her. She's the data person. We have Dr. Lauren Wells, all right, from our instruction side on diverse learners. Not in attendance today, but she contributed greatly to this effort. Miss Elizabeth Duncan, many of you all know her. She's on the team here at the department with Safe and Healthy Schools, so she did contribute today as well. I also have Miss Alexandra Chenevert. She's our new L person. All right, and Chastity Hatsfeld and Ty Maneri. Is Ty in here? I saw Chastity. So they're doing a presentation, as you can see, on dispute resolution, and Chastity is the new ombudsman for the department. And also contributing to today is Miss Joan Gore. Joan, she is from Ascension Parish Schools. And Wendy Domain, are you here? Wendy, are you here yet? Okay, I guess she's on her way. But she's from St. Tammany Parish and she's pinch hitting for Elizabeth. So again, just want to thank you all for coming. If it's anything I can do in ways of about the building, again, we have a cafe on site, but I know it's a big building with a lot of folks in it. If you want to go off site, there are a lot of choices around here. You have an hour and a half for lunch. So those are your choices. So again, thank you all, and I'm going to yield to Miss Meredith Jordan.
Those introductions, because usually I get up and just start and just think, they know us. You can always reach out to us. It is why we come to work every single day to support you kids. So I appreciate that introduction, Karen. So welcome. I know that we also have our Lucia partners who are going to be doing some guys this week too. And that's okay. We'll support you. They support you. We support them. It's a great partnership. And I think, like Karen said, you know, work with Lucia in the past couple of years to make sure make sure we're working together to make sure that our supports are on a schedule that makes sense for you and that is supported. But I think, you know, one of the reasons that I'm so glad Karen joined our team this past year. Karen, did you do something? No, time flies. But you know, it's so important for me because you know, I remember the first when I first came in this role 3 years ago. The school psychologist group, school psychologists. Okay. They invited me to their conference, and I was thinking, I mean, school psychologists are in it's like they're on a whole different level. People praise them on a different level than you. And I presented to them, I don't know if it was good or bad, but they really welcomed me. And I appreciated that, and I realized how much feedback that we need from you to impact some really important work. So I'm going to get some of that from you all today to share with me some ideas and have some discussion. And so I'm super glad that Karen's on our team, that we are moving toward really supporting this group, bringing us together, building capacity together, because I'm going to tell you why in a little while. And I started talking about this at that school psychologist conference 3 years ago, and continue to do so with Lucia at some of their events, and how important, if not some of the most important professionals, and I'll tell you why I think that, to really impact our kids and the work that we're doing. So I'm super honored to be here, to be with you guys today. It's been a long week. I do feel a bit delirious, so bear with me. I did have some diagnosis. So, but we're going to work through today together, and I'm hoping that that you guys have a good day today. So just to kind of set the stage for today, and then I'm going to let all of the super amazing people that follow me, hopefully I'll make some connections for some other information that you're going to hear from our team and from some of our guests working with us today. So by the end of today, what I really want you to do is internalize the information that we're all going to share. Set personal and professional goals. What in this year and in the years to come can you do to help better our field, to help better improve outcomes for our students? So in taking in all of this information, hopefully our goal and what we want to do is by the end of the day that something transforms and something goes back and impacts your work moving forward, right? That's the goal of the really good. How am I going to be? So today I'm gonna go through and talk through a little bit more about our state strategy to improve outcomes. I started this work at that school psychologist conference. When I first came on, I started talking about that work, so we'll do a follow-up today. How we are going to adapt our actions, what individual strategies can you all help us with and use in your work to support improving outcomes for our kids. I want to switch, so I've always been ground up instruction because I really think one is important to the foundation, but I think to really move our state, really heading forward for kids, and that's part of the reason why. And then I'm going to switch. We're going to talk a little bit about legislative policy updates. So this week, especially the last 2 days, what are some policies that happened last year? I want to make sure you guys are aware of that can be coming off of notice of intent, and what was approved this week that's going to go on to notice. So I'm sorry. And then what are the things that we may want to do, but I want your impact on your feedback before we do anything about it. Okay. So that's kind of what I'm, and my team is going to help me stay on track because I could probably spend a full day with you guys. But you definitely want to get the share with you today. So let's start by talking about our Louisiana best instructional practices for students with disabilities. How many of you are familiar with those? Okay. So 3 years ago, we launched our strategy. We came into this role, and our team that we built started saying, hey, how do we really improve outcomes? And we knew there were answers. We just knew that we had to get them in black and white. We had to put them in writing. And we had to start supporting the field around it. So we launched our 3 best practices. We adopted 3 best practices. We now have those in writing in our Louisiana Special Education Playbook. What I'm going to do with you guys today, and I try not to ever be super repetitive, although one of the things that I have learned very quickly is in order to move and change and make impact, so for those who are extremely familiar with the playbook, I'm not going to go into detail about the best practices, but I want to tell you what's coming next. And I want to make some connections to the work very specifically of this group. And I want to start with some data. I'll start using these in all of our presentations and our work. I don't think our peers with all of our supervisors and directors. I think I must be like pushing this thing. It's almost like they jump. So I want to start with a couple of new data charts. Keep going back to the first data chart. Okay, so as you can see, we've added our 23-24 mastery data here. This is 3 through high school, all subjects combined. It shows you our total population in blue, what those mastery rates were, our regular ed population, and then our students with disabilities. And so you can see we did a big press release for 3 years in a row. Our students with disabilities have shown growth 1% for the past 3 years. I'm going to show you why, though. It says 11, 11, 12. So remember last year, this past year, we did not have social studies assessment. So what we did was we went back all years and took out social studies. So it impacted those, the 2020 and the 21-22 percentages were 9, 10, 11, and then 12. But because we took out social studies to make it apples to apples, those percentages changed a bit. But when you look at previous years when we had kept in social studies, because that was apples to apples, we had shown growth. And I think one of the big things here, and I'll show you, go to the next slide. This one pulls out just 3 through 8. Next one. So you can see again for 3 through 8, and this is also pulling out social studies. You can see for the past 3 years here, it still shows 1% every single year. So from 10, 11, 12, 13. So what we're seeing is in our state, post-pandemic, we are recovering learning for our kids with disabilities. I think the biggest thing for us last year was in a year where every other kid, all regular ed, and our total population flatlined, our kids with disabilities grew 1%. for the first year in forever, we have chipped away at the achievement level. So I tell people all the time, we are not broken. We are safe to watch. And you guys are doing really great things. Our educators, our system leaders are doing really amazing. We are doing something to show improvement for our system. Just last week, I was in D.C. Secretary Glenn Gallo, who is the secretary for OSHA, she comes to me, and these are the things that I say to OSHA is, I want to know from other states, what other states are seeing growth, and what are they doing, and what can we change? What more can we do in our state? And can you find me? So we have a meeting set up, the secretary for OSHA, have meetings with our Williams, the director for OSHA. Say all of that to tell you that, and really to thank you, because we're doing really good things. We are not broken. We are moving in the right direction. And I think there are a lot of shifts that you've made in the past couple of years that have allowed us to do this, and that have allowed your students to continue to grow in a year where all other kids. That is not anywhere. Some of our districts that are showing similar growth really highlighting that within your own. So we highlighted it in a press release as well. But really talking about that and getting that out there. So I think this is huge. I knew, and we don't need to be emotional about I usually think that staff are working together alongside their chief academic officers and superintendents. Hey, what about access to high quality instruction? So just really, really excited about this. This is something you should be proud of. We are already in conversation with and setting up. We've done some analysis, looking at our top coaches, so we'll continue those. And I think those are some of the best conversations, because then we come and share those with directors, and they start to say, okay, what's working in your district? Let me look at similar districts and see what maybe we can do or shift to show some improvement. So we know there are answers. We know how to improve outcomes. And so but this will be our focus until because I really think that this is going to help you. Focus on core, extra time to learn, and content strong teachers. I'm not going to go deep into these, but I am going to share with you guys. We are in the process of doing updates to our playbook. So we will, this is really a version 2 because we're not updating the content. Content for the practices is content in fact we're updating some of our staffing and scheduling guides too. So I've got other options that are for what we're doing. But what I want to do today with you guys is go practice, ask you a reflective question, and then I want to preview for you what you're doing. What you are offering to your kids with disabilities in school. Okay, so let's take let's take practice 1, right? So the core question that we want to answer with that practice 1 is how can we ensure that all students receive high quality core reading and math instruction? Okay, and I think this one is the truth. And so, go to the next slide, Chelsea. And so what we're going to do in our update is we're going to show what are the IDA connections for that practice 1, which really 2 of the biggest foundational concepts of IDA. Those point to clear support, right? So you have the idea of LRE that clearly an IDA is very strong practice for especially the content structure, all right? Adapting content methodology or delivery instruction to address the needs and make sure they have success. So we will detail this out much more in our update around how best practices were designed. Okay. Let's look at best practice too. So the foundational question for this one, how can we ensure all students with disabilities are provided extra time to learn, and how is that going to improve student outcomes? And one of the things that we know is students with disabilities need access to data. Just like we know, so one of the things that we get questions about, narrative, even so one of the things that we are adding around this practice and how IDEA supports is that, and we hear this all the time. So people got and right that a student buys some really support for how IDEA works there. Practice three. Practice how do students with disabilities benefit from these talk a lot is going to we're just gonna provide a lot of support there, about what I. So we're gonna provide, and we're actually piloting this, training for. Our timeline is to kind of bring you up to speed. We're in our pilot year. Haven't announced our pilot yet. Haven't announced it yet, but it's gonna, and then November, got growing hard. Let's talk about policy. I think up next. Oh, go back. All right, I told y'all about what's coming. Okay, keep going. Sorry. So this particular section is called our business impact. Everything that follows appraisal in your very early role and what happens with a student with a disability, and then how you continue to impact that and the path that you set forward for students. You guys have been very because I think there's just so much that you all do. So I want to talk through next slide. So when we talk about moving to work, and I know this isn't an exhaustive list, these are the things that I need to help you, right? Ensuring effective gas while she's pulling this up, this Just need a video.
I'm Jolly Pearsall. I'm the director of the Indiana IEP Resource Center, and I'm here with Mercy Wilburn and Pat.
Thank you, John.
We're happy to be here to present. I'm Danielle Thompson. I'm currently serving as president of the International.
That you were at. So Kimia, could you unmute?
You are the future. Pursue tech careers with the DeVry Scholars Program. Advance your ambition. No little girl ever says she wants to play women's basketball when she grows up. She just wants to play.
So thank you all very much for being here. Thanks for the invite, David. And Sarah, thank you for the really nice kind of centering and grounding at the beginning. I really appreciate that. So like David said, my name is Chris Lemons. And this is just an example of a kid.
You like doing this? Yeah. Okay, well,
benefiting from this instruction.
okay. Ready? Ready? What are waiting for? Ready? What waiting for? Are you ready to do this? Yes. Yeah. This is. Oh. Wow, nice work.
Okay, that's a little guy.
So I want to pivot for a bit. I think we're going to get into the policy section here. Yeah, you can change it, please. So I want to do a quick review of legislative session. I'm trying to do this more and more. I'm going to try here and there to try to keep y'all more in the loop, even ahead of legislative session. So that we can be prepared. Just remember, the department, we do not consult on bills unless they're not often. So we need the support, and I need you all. This past legislative session, we had several legislative bills. Talked about those yesterday and the day before. We brought policy change to that we had implemented all legislative changes. And all of those. So I think some of the stuff on here I have that's proposed. So we had Act 512, which said that was the one called. one did change a lot. The rental consent bill did change a lot. There were some there were some different folks who kind of so if you notice the family size, if the parent is less, then that's stuff. It impacted multiple bulletins. You have behavioral health services, which I know there are concerns. We did have someone. Due process timeline was changed to here. So this kind of details out the updates, the big ones to 1706. So this is our schedule, right? So these are the big ones that I just kind of highlighted. These are the big language that just went in. So it says these were approved revisions from in March of 2024. These are all about the come off of notices and go into policy. So in a reasonable amount of time, not longer than 15 business days from receipt of a written parent request for an eval, the LEA has to either request parent consent, provide prior notice, use online. So the 15 business days. Set aside 15 days. The same thing for an independent education. 15 days. So these are all upon parent request, we are now giving parents a draft of the student's IEP 3 days prior to the IEP meeting. That started at the draft from all. Deadline for no less law. Change that prior to notice no less than 10. So I can tell you that So let me see what so these were the revisions from March. Let's see what the other, let's see the other revisions. So these are the policies, these are going into policy, it's on notice of intent right now. They were just approved this week. So now, prior notice timeline changes to 10, and we'll get specifics. Timelines are subject to informed waiver by parent or guardian. So that is not in law. That's not sure how to figure out a message, but so have the ability, to get a waiver by the guardian. Process to 2 years in policy. Gave authority for so I forgot that one. Yeah. So there was a piece that we added in consider changing places of behavior. That 2 of the things that you have now have to also said about the student, but it did say that you have to consider their behavior or any medical information that are related to behavior. Placement behaviors got it. So we're ending probably so I want 2 pieces of feedback. So I want to do that forward or back? So forward. Basically, what I found is a chart and it has different states. Basically, what I found is states that are sticking to the 3 standard deviations below, and that's it. They're getting closer and closer to 1%. Okay. Look at Mississippi. So Mississippi, their criteria, 2 standard deviations below, and they're worse than us. So they got to fix it. So I know she's working on the same thing. To have to make her criteria more stringent. South Carolina, theirs actually says 2.5 to 3. And they're currently at or below. Arkansas is 3 standard deviations and they're very close. They're meeting the target. And so think about, Chelsea, go back a slide now to our criteria. So we still have, right, so we have criteria. You're currently pulling data to figure out how to remove criteria altogether. I think that would help us. We could remove fees, we want to go roll, we could remove. Take out B and C and just say 3 more students today. So we got to do something. take your feedback on, and then I'll let you know. The other thing, I don't have any words to apply. One of the things to do is some of our work. didn't get that. Why?
Okay, I'll pay a little closer to test. All right, you do the first three. I'll do the second two, and we handle the other stuff. Seriously, you handle facilitations.
Yeah, you said mediation, right?
What?
Do you want to do mediation? Do you want me to?
No, why don't you do informals,
Facilitation.
facilitations, mediations, and complaints and due processes. And shit. But I really think like 5 minutes will pop there. I'd rather walk out of here 1:15 than have 10 slides left back. Yeah, people love it. Turns out nobody ever complains about a session that ended early. Comedy sets? No, go do your whole 15. But teaching's talking to somebody about some stuff. If you covered all the material, you just roll up. We'll just jump on it and see if there's any introduction. Ooh, you know what variable it's hosted? Yeah. People have to be running late for lunch. I mean, that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. But people had to choose to leave here and then realize what a bad idea that was when they got in their car. Realized there's that McDonald's over on Government. Like, oh, drive.
There's they got burgers and chicken and like a beef.
Yeah, I think these are dead. I think we're splitting this. All right, you want instructions? You want me to?
Yeah, okay. Doesn't matter.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to, I guess you were already welcomed here, but I'll add some trivia. This is the room the Louisiana Purchase was signed in. So if anybody asks later today, you were in the Louisiana Purchase room. This is where they negotiated the whole sale. It originally involved Mississippi and a bunch of the eastern states too, but they talked them down. But it was all done in this room. So remember that. Anyway, that's an aside. I'm Ty Maneri. I'm the dispute resolution coordinator here at the State Department of Ed. It sounds real broad. It's special ed disputes. It's the only kind of disputes I handle. We don't do divorces or anything, but straight special ed stuff arising under IDEA. That's my office. I'm the dispute resolution coordinator. I handle the complaint investigations. We've got another investigator, but she and I together handle the complaint investigations. Work with districts around the other processes, mediations, due process hearings, coordinate those. And then to the extent possible in a spare time, like to serve as kind of a general resource person for school districts. So I guess I should note pre-dispute, because once you're in a dispute, I can't help you very much. I just have to investigate the dispute. But before you're in a dispute, if you call over here, we'll happily talk you through whatever situation you were dealing with. And that's the hope today, is to run through our processes, talk about how it intersects with pupil appraisal, which is a lot, and you know, work through some hypotheticals and hear what y'all thoughts are and what y'all are seeing in the field. And I'm gonna turn it over to Chastity because she's gonna do the bulk of this. All right. Was it just a distance thing, closing up the distance? Did that help? Okay. All right. Noted. All right. I'm gonna hand it over to Chastity.
Hey y'all, my name is Chastity Hatzfeld. For those of you who don't know me, I was hired on to the here at the department in November as the special education ombudsman. So my main role is to serve as a resource to parents and school systems in their disputes and what processes we offer. We talk parents through that, and then we coordinate facilitations, mediations, and like Mr. Maneri said, complaints due processes. An informal complaint. So prior to starting here in November, I was an ed diagnostician in a nearby district. So when Miss Karen asked me to present, I had some initial hesitations just because I didn't really want to stand up in front of a room in front of experts, former colleagues, many of who I've worked with or worked for, because I didn't want it to seem like we are, you know, monitoring you guys or pointing fingers and telling you that you're doing things wrong, or maybe you should think about how to do something differently. But then I thought, well, how many of us have sat at the table and pushed across the paper to the parent at an eval meeting and said, okay, here's your chain of command. If you're unhappy with something, contact these people. Or at the IEP meeting, we see the parents check and initial the box that says, I understand if I disagree with any of this, I can pursue a dispute resolution option through LDOE. And never really thought about what that meant for me as an ed diagnostician, or what would happen if they really did pursue those options. So like he said, today's goal is just to kind of give y'all information about the processes that are available to parents and districts, and give you insight of what we're seeing. Parents are calling in with concerns, districts are calling in with questions, just to kind of give y'all an insight into our daily workload and how those processes work from when we receive until we close out the case.
All right. Chesley's going to run through the specific options, but just wanted to chime in a couple things real quick before we get going on the processes. One, it's a weird fit for us here, and I don't mean Chastity and I personally, but I mean dispute resolution in the Department of Ed. We wear two hats at the Department of Ed. We're the oversight agency for IDEA implementation in the state, and you guys all work for sub-grantees. So we have some duties as the granting agency around IDEA funds. Some of those duties are around monitoring and compliance. Some of those duties are around technical assistance and professional development and support of school districts. And we're kind of at the intersection of that. But I think the perception is out in the field that it's more of a monitoring or compliance-based process. I want to make it very clear before we move forward. I think dispute resolution is the best title for this division. We deal in disputes. That's two angry people. That's the minimum currency to deal with us. IDEA violations, sometimes. Everything going fine. Yeah, that's the case a lot of the time too. It doesn't take non-compliance for people to be angry. It doesn't take non-compliance for disputes. So we've got a twofold kind of mission we go for here. We have to clear up legal non-compliance. We have to identify it. We have to address it. We have to make sure it gets corrected. But on the flip side, we always, because it usually comes in hot from the parent, we see the dispute at the core of that is not a legal dispute, that me answering a legal question is not going to make Miss Williams stop yelling in the entryway or at the child pickup. That's a dispute. That's not just a legal issue. So these processes we got a lot of processes, more than we probably should. 5 of them, 5 whole processes we're about to tell you about right here out of this office for different ways to crack these nuts with the parents you're dealing with, how to get at these disputes. We think you're in the best position to figure out which ones of these work for you. Whether you just need to go put it in front of a big mean judge in a black robe, whether you want to sit across a table and have a polite conversation while y'all eat some Danishes and drink tea. We offer processes all along that spectrum. So we don't always have the answer as to what's the best. We want you to understand our philosophy of why we offer all these things, what we're looking to do here at the department, and hopefully with the information about the processes, y'all can kind of figure out as things arise, whether or not we've got something that would be of assistance to you, or whether you just want to fight with this parent in court, which is a perfectly reasonable choice sometimes. So Chastity, going to start with the non-adversarial ones, and then we'll move into the little more adversarial ones.
So we talked about, he just kind of alluded to it. Dispute is normal. We know that. It can be healthy if it's productive. So we do offer, like he said, many options. We have 5 different options. Some of them are federally required, which we'll get into in a little bit. And some of them are not. There is no order or sequential order that they have to follow in order to request those processes. In fact, we very often see mediation requests and formal complaints come in at the same time, or a formal complaint and a due process filed at the same time. So there is no pre-process. The first non-federally required dispute resolution process are informal complaints. So Louisiana adds this process to dispute as kind of an early resolution option. It's a 15-day period where when a parent calls us or sometimes goes directly to the districts with concerns, the concept is you guys sit down, hash it out within 15 days. If you can't, you have to provide them with written notice of the other dispute resolution options. If you do, great. We don't want to know about it if it comes straight to you. So a lot of, we encourage parents to, when they have concerns with an IEP program or with the eval or whatever, to reach out to the districts first, because I tell parents all the time, I cannot help you from the 5th floor of the Claiborne building in Baton Rouge. Your school can help you and your SPED director can help you. And so the first question that I'll ask parents after I give them their 20-minute rant session, have you talked to your SPED director? And 95% of the time, the answer is no. So I refer them out to the special ed directors a lot. Some of them will send their concerns straight to the special education directors. So if I send you an informal complaint, I'm just going to give you a little note that says, hey, 15 days, let us know about this resolution. But I'm not tracking it. You're not held accountable for it. It's voluntary. I can't make you participate in informal complaints. And again, if a parent files a complaint, a formal complaint with you, we don't have to know about it. That's it. Okay. So we just kind of talked about that. That's kind of the process. The parents either send it directly to you or they send it to us, phone, email. There is no formal form for them to fill out. They'll call us and just let us know their concerns, and then we send it out to y'all. They're voluntary. We already talked about some of this. One thing that I want to kind of make a point to say is, like I said, they're voluntary. So some of the resolution meetings, you're not required to have a meeting. And I've actually seen some districts use their meeting in the form of a PWN. So a parent had 4 or 5 different concerns that they sent to the district. Within 2 hours, the district sent back a PWN of refusal, and they were done. So you kind of use what is best. I'm not sure that's always the best course of action in the spirit of productive, meetings, but that is an option. And then 2 big things that I want to bring a point to are, and you'll see these updates in Bulletin 1706 when it finishes updating. But resolution agreements in ERP are now enforceable in court, and the look back period is now 2 years instead of 1.
Yeah, and just to put these on the continuum that we'll keep talking about, this is just 2 people talking. The legal term for this would be negotiation. There's 2 parties to a dispute, the parent, the school district. The informal complaint's either going to happen one of 2 ways. The parent files it directly with the district, which is just addressed up. That's just the process. You call the person you have a problem with. So we've dressed that up as an informal complaint. The other one is that they'll file it with us, in which case it's going to be the same negotiation, 2 voluntary parties sitting at a table, no third party involved, discussing the issue between the 2 of them. With the difference between that and your normal everyday meeting with the parent is that the informal complaint, it comes with, in essence, an implied threat from the parent that if we can't get this resolved here, I'm aware of my other complaint processes. But at this stage of the dispute resolution, if you're in an informal complaint using the early resolution process, it's really no different from meeting with a parent on a regular basis, other than there's some heightened procedural requirements that at the end you inform them of their other options. But we're still in parties working cooperatively together mode here of dispute resolution.
These are some of the more prevalent issues that we see in informal complaints. We encourage parents, if you can solve this with an informal complaint, let's go that route. IEP concerns are the most common, followed secondly by failure to evaluate, failure to put my child in RTI. Also, not responding to a parental request for an evaluation. Other things, record requests under FERPA and the IDEA, didn't receive a copy of the eval or the IEP timely. And then some other things. I mean, again, it's underneath, it's alleged violations of the IDEA, but I always tell parents, well, some of the things that you're talking about really don't show up in the IDEA. I can't, the IDEA doesn't let you choose who you want your child's teacher to be. But that's something that you can address with the special education director. We see a lot of intra-district transfer requests, especially in those larger districts. Basically anything that a parent has said they've reached out to the school, they've not gotten any response, I'm sending off to the SPED director. So if you're a special education director, sorry about that. The second option, still non-adversarial, is IEP facilitation. This is also an added layer of Louisiana's processes that is not required by the IDEA. It's a third party. We send out a contractor, not an employee of LDOE, not an employee of the district, though I know most districts now have their own facilitators, and that's fine, but this is not what we call IEP facilitation. This is where we send one of our contractors out to facilitate communication in an IEP meeting. These are typically requested when there's a history of contentious IEP meetings. We get a lot of requests from districts. Parents will call in asking to request a facilitation. And when I'm kind of getting the details from them, they'll say, well, I need an advocate. It's not an advocacy service. This is a third party person, a neutral person coming to help parties come to consensus with the standard of Andrew F. So that's something else that we talk to parents about. The IEP is reasonably calculated to enable progress. Some just notes about facilitations. A lot of parents and districts have questions about what role the facilitator plays. The facilitator is not the ODR. The facilitator does not make decisions. They may make suggestions. Okay, mom, you don't like the way this sounds. District, can we reword it for it to mean the same thing, but mom agrees with it? So they'll make suggestions. And it usually leads to consensus. And this is a preventive measure. So a lot of our formal complaints that we get are because of IEP concerns, IEP services. If a parent walks away with a good consensus IEP, they're less likely to move forward on that continuum and file a formal complaint or file for a due process.
The facilitator is kind of a playing with words in a lawyerly way, but they are not participants in the IEP team. I think the analogy I find best for for explaining it to parents is they're going to be there as a traffic cop, just making sure everybody gets their opportunity, that every issue is addressed, that every party present gets to chime in on every issue. They're not going to participate in the decision-making process, and they're not going to be part of the IEP team, other than to handle the procedural aspects of the meeting. And we found that's the one district requests the most. Districts really aren't seeking mediation that often. In my personal experience, the value of the service we provide there is it's hard to be both the traffic cop and the substantive decision maker. So we put ODRs in these meetings. And the ODR is not only the person responsible for saying no, possibly at the end of a long, heated conversation with the parent, they're the person responsible for saying, we've talked about this enough. And we find that when you break up the person who says, we've talked about this enough, and the person who says, all right, now we're doing it our way, into two separate people, people feel a lot better about the process. Because what happens is, after the parents loop back on an issue 5 times, and the ODR says, look, we've covered this 5 times. He's going to such and such placement. That's the IEP team decision. We're moving on. The parent's going to perceive that reasonably so as shutting down conversation to get your preferred outcome, as opposed to shutting down conversation because it had gone on way longer than it was supposed to go on. And the ODR doing what they wanted to do. So sometimes it's just that split. We've got skills to facilitators, but sometimes they don't need to show any particular skill. Just be a different person running the process from the people who are running the substance of the meeting can be very helpful. And I know a lot of districts have taken that on and have internal facilitators now that come in and kind of do that. But that can blur the line between ODR. The state facilitator is not a participant in the IEP team. Nobody's confused about whether or not they're participating in the decision. Again, they're simply going to police the process and push things to decision, but not participate in them.
And another thing about facilitators is they're not there to do a compliance check. They're not going to report back to us that something was out of compliance, but they are going to remind the districts of the procedural obligations. So if at the end of the IEP, the IEP team is refusing something that the parent has requested, the facilitator will sometimes have to remind the district, hey, make sure you send that PW in, but they're not there to make sure that you are, doing everything correctly. The continuing on the scope, mediation is, we're getting into adversarial process. Mediation is where we have third-party contracted attorneys come out to meetings. Again, can be requested by a parent, a district, a parent's advocate.
And anything that can be brought to due process can be discussed in mediation. It is required under the IDEA, and but we do have flexibility with how those services are provided. Like I said, some states use big mediation firms. We use specialized attorneys that have or attorneys that have specialization in special education law. They do not represent either party. They do not offer legal advice to either party. A lot of times we'll see that they're just facilitating that discussion between the decision makers, so between the parent and the school system. They're saying, okay, well, if you do this, the parent may do this. Or mom, if you don't take them up on this, they may do this. So they're giving kind of all the ifs, then whats. Also, most often than not, the school system will also have their attorney with them. And so again, you're allowed to do that, but just kind of keep that in mind. If a parent comes in without an attorney, and then there's a contracted attorney, and then the school system's attorney, it's just a lot of moving parts. So the process of mediation is at the end of the, if it resolves in resolution, there's a written settlement agreement that's also enforceable in court. And we see a lot of compromise. Sometimes we'll see compromise here. So the district has said no to this, and then the mediator will come in, and at the end of the mediation, everyone's agreed to provide this. Maybe not a service, maybe not as much as the parent wanted, but they have agreed to provide some service that the parent requested. And it's a very big mediations we're always waiting to see what happens when they come in, because formal complaints will a lot of times be dismissed through mediation. Due process requests will be, due process hearings will sometimes be withdrawn and dismissed through mediation. Mediations are confidential, so any discussion that takes place in mediation cannot be used as evidence in due process. A few things to consider. It's usually not the first option pursued by either parent or district. Typically mediations are, we're in the middle of a due process and we're ready to get out of this thing, so we're going to request a mediation, or parent is filed a formal complaint but is also willing to mediate and possibly withdraw that complaint. So it's typically not the first option, and we certainly don't recommend it when parents call in as a first option. Again, anything that can be brought to due process can be discussed in mediation. So we see a lot of those big uncomfortable conversations have to happen in mediation. Again, some more considerations for eval teams. If a parent is wanting to mediate that a district has refused to evaluate, and then the district agrees to evaluate, I highlighted that in red because I just wanted to caution you there. Not saying that you should or shouldn't do that, but we have seen where the district has agreed to evaluate and then found the child eligible and then was required to give compensatory services. So just kind of make sure that you're in mediation, just because a parent, specifically for failure to evaluate claim, just because a parent wants to mediate, that doesn't mean you have to agree to evaluate.
All right, that takes us through the non-adversarial options. Again, so we've got the informal complaints, whether they're tracked by us or not, are just negotiations between the parties. We offer the IEP facilitations and mediations. They're very similar in that they're both a type of mediation, in that we provide a third party neutral that's going to come participate in addition to the district and the parent. There'll be somebody from the department there, but that person's those two mediation processes, the IEP facilitations and mediations, are both voluntary. I mean, anybody can back out at any time. And there's going to be no outcome unless it's agreed to by everybody. If those options aren't helpful or useful, or very often parents just bypass them altogether, we've got a couple of adversarial options on the table here in Louisiana. These are cases where a parent can present concerns to us, and we're going to issue a decision on it. So the first is the formal complaint process. Now, but I'm going to talk about this and due process hearings. They're both pretty much hemmed in with the same universe of hearings, which is issues arising under IDEA. But the complaint process is a lot more picky. So under due processes, you have to have a FAPE violation. There has to be harm to a student in order for that to move forward. So minimal procedural violations aren't going to become problems under due processes. They're probably going to be dismissed. Under complaints, we have a responsibility to investigate any alleged violations of IDEA, no matter how minimal they may be. So failure to send notices, not having a speech language pathologist at an IEP meeting, any kind of procedural thing. If it comes in on a complaint, I have a duty to investigate it. It's a 60-day timeline from receipt of complaint to issuance of a decision. And that involves, I'll call it forced ERP. So the first thing we require districts to do is when we receive a complaint, the parents in the districts then get 15 days to do ERP, which is another word for the informal complaint process that keeps rearing its head all over the place. So again, we're going to send you back to talk. The reason for that is it's voluntary. You don't have to do it. The parent doesn't have to do it. But what we were finding is people are escalating from 0 to state level intervention with no building level complaint, no attempting to meet the pupil appraisal coordinator or SPED director or regional coordinator or any kind of district hierarchy, just escalating from my kid missed a 30-minute session of speech language services yesterday, I'm off to the state for a complaint. And so this ERP process has really cleaned that process up a little more. And that's not to say filing complaints is dirty, but to say that the resolutions that happen at the lowest level are usually the best resolutions. So it gives an opportunity or kind of forces the parent, if they haven't done it already, to try and address this at the district level. About 50% of them get cleared up in that process, if not more. Because if no conversation has been had, it turns out conversation can be very, very, very beneficial. And very often they get cleaned up in 2-3 days once we put them into that. So the complaints file, we'll send it off for ERP. That's kind of a 15 days where we're not involved here at the State Department. We're just going to put it back on you. Here's the allegations. I plan to investigate, take 15 days to try to solve it and get back to me. If it gets solved in 15 days, then that's the end of a complaint. If not, then we allow the district a chance to respond to the complaint. I say allow you a chance. I request a response. And depending on the complexity of the complaint, I may be making very specific requests if it's about an IEP or BIP implementation or the outcome of an evaluation. I may request very specific stuff. If it's a more vague request, I may just be asking for information about the student. The complainant will also have an additional opportunity to submit additional information. Typically interviews all around. I'll call and talk to the relevant district staff. I'll call and hear the parent side of things. That usually all wraps up within about 45 days from the complaint. And then that leaves me about 2 weeks to write a decision. If I find that there was noncompliance, or if the department finds that there was noncompliance, we order corrective actions and track those. If we find there was no noncompliance, then that's the end of it. And as I said before, you probably still have a dispute on your hands, but I don't at that point. It leaves my desk and a parent gets a letter that says, oh, the district told you no, I'm telling you no too. And then that parent shows back up on your doorstep the next Monday because you're still teaching their kid and they're not with me. So that's why I say we try to find if mediation or facilitation would be better, to try to funnel people into those things, because it tends to not only resolve the legal issue, but it turns out sometimes my resolution of the legal issue only makes the dispute worse because the parent didn't like my resolution of the legal issue. So that's complaints. Again, a pretty straightforward process. It's all led by me. You don't have to do anything you're not asked to do. You'll get a letter when I get the complaint saying we've received this complaint. We see these allegations in it. Please send me a response by ERP with the parent and then send me a response by this date. It's all fairly directed by us. Due process hearings are a bit different. Those are formalized hearings, mini court cases. And if you're lucky, it's a mini court case. They can just be regular old size court cases, or in some instances, fairly big court cases, week-long hearings for those due processes. We don't have a ton of them, but when they go, they can be long and costly. I'm probably preaching to the choir for a lot of you here who have dealt with those. So here again, we're dealing with any issue arising under IDEA with the added caveat of it has to have caused harm to a child and actually caused some denial of FAPE. So if regular ed teachers weren't at the meeting, that's not going to be enough. The outcome of that meeting is going to have been a deficient IEP that doesn't provide FAPE to the student. If they meet that threshold of they've got an IDEA violation, they allege harm to the kid, they're going to get a hearing. The way we administer that in Louisiana, I haven't moved a single slide forward this whole time. I'm just rattling off, y'all. Let me just cut forward a whole bunch and pretend like I covered it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
So they file with us. We've got the same processes for intake. So we've got forms on our website for requesting due processes. However, we've got a separate agency in the state called the Division of Administrative Law. They staff all kind of administrative hearings, driver's license, suspensions, DCFS abuse stuff, Medicaid appeals, you name it. They've got judges over there that do it. They maintain a roster of judges over there, 5 judges that are IDEA trained judges. So if we get a hearing request here, we forward it over to DAL. We'll notify you of the forwarding. We'll notify you we've received a due process. But from there, you're going to be in the hands of a hearing officer over at DAL who's going to set status conferences, set deadlines for the submissions of documents, eventually set a hearing, exchange of documents, that kind of stuff. Again, they all run pretty consistently over there. There's a little, could be some variance from judge to judge over there, but for the most part, they just follow the rules of civil procedure and hold a full-on hearing. I will note that with due processes, I think we're shy of 20%. Of due processes filed, less than 20% of them make it to hearing. They're daunting, and everybody's got a high motivation to settle after spending a few Tuesday afternoons in a status conference with the ALJ and realize the scope that this hearing is going to take on. So that's our option. Again, from the negotiations, the ERP, the informal complaints, which are just drop a complaint in the complaint box and somebody calls you back, up through due process hearings, which I would encourage you all, if you find yourself in one of those, you probably want to get your district counsel on it pretty early, just because of the procedural requirements of it. So everything from a conversation to a parent to getting hauled into court. There is an expedited component to the due processes. So when we're dealing with disciplinary matters or changes of placement, sometimes those due processes can be happen quickly within 20 days of the original request. So again, the piece of paper you can get from us on any given day could be, hey, we got an informal complaint. You think maybe you talk to this parent and tell us how it goes? That's a thing we send out. People aren't too upset about those. On the flip side, you could receive a letter saying, hey, we received an expedited due process hearing. You're going to be hearing from an ALJ in the next 48 hours, and you're probably going to be standing in the hearing room in the next 3 weeks. So you might want to start pulling together some documents on that. So there's a wide range here. My preferences slide to the less adversarial ones. Again, I think they provide for better outcomes. But we put together a few today of the people that didn't get it worked out between them and let me work it out for them, or let Paris before me work it out for them. And I just wanted to take an opportunity today. Y'all got the goods, that's for sure. The new stuff is always coming from Pupil Appraisal. Don't take this the wrong way. No causation on this statement. Where there's a complaint, there's Pupil Appraisal people all the time. I'm not saying y'all cause them. Maybe y'all are there. Maybe y'all are just the first responders who are there to clean it up. And then when I get there, I'm like, oh, of course, the Pupil Appraisal's here. But the truth of it is, things arise out of discipline, MDRs, which sucks y'all in, and evaluations are 2 of our IEP implementation. That's our top 3 moneymakers here at the Department of Ed. That's what keeps us, busy day in and day out. And two of the three of those heavily involve pupil appraisal. And not to mention the new stuff that drives people crazy is happening in y'all neck of the woods from a decade ago when nobody could figure out what to do with RTI, and we saw a slew of complaints about they're not evaluating my kid, up through, and we'll talk about it today a little bit, 17173 and private behavioral health care providers. But it seems like wherever a new idea shows up, there's pupil appraisal people are the ones that new idea is bumping into. So I spend a lot of time with pupil appraisal staff in my interviews, and I'm happy to be here with y'all today. I'm happy to take this wide open. We'll run through some fact scenarios. None of these are real. If you recognize yourself up there, it's not you. I made these all up. We made them up. We just made them up yesterday. They are very true to life. You know, you can rely on them. These kind of things could happen, but it probably didn't happen to anybody in this room, is what I'm saying.
One thing though that we did want to mention is starting the fall, so now, not now, but soon, redacted formal complaints will be posted to the website.
Okay, so let's just run through some fact scenarios as they come in. These are the complaints as they come in. These are dressed up, man. We have no basic complaint, minimum standards. If you get across the door, if it is plausibly a violation of IDEA, and I trust me, there's some groaners in the audience today because you just get a very non-communicative document from a parent that's got some very non-understandable stuff on it. But if I can cobble together, they haven't evaluated my kid, we're going to have to investigate and get to the bottom of it. So I state allegations up here. They look real pretty. Please don't picture this is what comes into what comes into your office. You know what I mean? They're not nicely stated fact pleadings here. We're dealing with narratives, stream of conscious narratives very often. We pigeonhole it into IDEA, and in the course of the investigation, very often things will drift a little bit as the facts start to become a little more apparent. But in this case, we had a failure to evaluate the student upon a parental request. These are the parents' claims. Sometimes they don't all line up. A failure to conduct a comprehensive evaluation in all areas of the disability. Failure to properly staff the eligibility determination, and then the parent didn't think they were given a proper opportunity to participate in the eligibility determination. And we ended up finding a violation here. This is an easy one, guys, but I'm putting it up here because I've seen like 2 or 3 of them in the last 6 or 8 months. When a request for an IEE comes in, you have to do something. Nothing is not an option. Your 2 options, this person didn't exist. We already established that, and is a figment of my imagination. But in this particular case where there was a finding of noncompliance because district did not IEE the kid, or option B, either pay for the IEE, or, and this is where it gets silly, the district has to initiate a due process hearing to defend the eval. So you have 2 options. You can pay some private evaluator in your local area to do the evaluation of the kid, or you can get a neighboring school district to do the IEE for you as a favor, and you'll do one for them. Either way, you either owe a favor to a neighbor or you're out a few grand for an independent evaluation. Option B is to file a due process to go into court for a day and prove that your evaluation was valid and reliable, and therefore you don't need to pay an IEE. In which case you're just going to be paying an attorney from Hammond, Sills, Atkins, and Geis $3,000 to $4,000 to go make those arguments. I've been that attorney, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of times you want to stand up and fight and make those arguments, but very often that's just a straightforward. In this case, neither was done. Neither was done. I think if I had been the hearing officer and this case had come to me, I probably would have found that no IEE was necessary. But the bottom line was that in that crucial period after the request had come in and some reasonable action had to take place, the district did neither. And at that point, we're not going to go back and litigate whether it should be done or shouldn't be done. Your time to file a due process passed long ago. So you're not going to, at least from my office, you're not going to get a second bite at that apple. If a parent requested an IEE and you didn't think it needed to happen, that was an argument to be made in a due process. At the point where this found itself in a complaint in front of me, well, I don't even think that kid needed an IEE, Mr. Maneri. Oh, that was for you to file a due process and argue that to an ALJ, but I'm not the ALJ and this isn't a due process. And so I can't do that for you now. So in this case, you end up with a kid getting an IEE, probably an IEE that was unnecessary, probably an IEE that shows the same results as the underlying evaluation, and probably an IEE that could have been avoided if the due process had been filed. But again, no good options there from the district side of things. I mean, I'm very much a pragmatist and just look at these things. And the way I see it is an IEE request is an invoice for $3,000 to $5,000. Who do you want to pay it to? And as a, I mean, I'm not in private practice anymore, but I like taking the money when I was in private practice. However, from a professional perspective, I don't see how it's a decision that's hard to make. At the end of the day, do I want a judge's order saying my old eval was better, was fine to pay $5,000 and get a judge's order saying I don't have to do an eval, or $5,000 for a eval I'm not that impressed by a local clinical psych? It's still data about the kid. It's something helpful. You know what I mean? Of the two pieces of paper to have at the end of the day for $4,000 to $5,000, I take additional crappy eval data about a kid, you know? What's it going to hurt? What's it going to hurt? Anyway, that was my soapbox on the IEE requests. But again, taking no action, it leads us to a bizarre result of a kid probably getting an IEE they don't deserve or don't need, probably not going to move this kid's education forward any. And I'm a very unhappy parent who's, again, got a procedural win of, yeah, you get your IEE, but probably 3 months down the road is in an eligibility meeting that leaves them just as angry as the last one did. When that IEE doesn't lead to the eligibility determination or service determination they're looking for.
Two quick things to note here. I know probably Meredith talked to y'all earlier today about the changes. We did make changes. It's not timely anymore. PWNs, it's 15 days, soon to be 10 days. And then, which you guys know this, but we tell the parents all the time, parental participation means you were invited, you attended, and you talked. It doesn't mean that you agreed with anything. So disagreement doesn't mean participation or disagreement.
And that was in this case. In this case, the parent was invited, attended, and talked. Parental participation just involves was invited and reasonably accommodated to be there. If the parent no shows after reschedules, and we're getting new language about that too in regs. We probably could have done an hour on legislative changes this year too. But okay, good. No, they were different. The meeting notices stayed reasonable, but you owe them a draft 48 hours in advance of the IEP. And then, so let's take a brief sidetrack here. This is another issue that's been coming up a lot. There's two different types of documents out there that frequently get called PWNs. And I've done cases on this year. It might be one of the ones up here. There's two different types. There's prior written notices, as that term should be used. That's where you give somebody notice of something prior to when it happens. Meeting notices are your best chance there. We say there's going to be a meeting in 2 weeks. Here's a written notice of it in advance, which we would all agree under plain English, that's a prior written notice. Then there's this other document that's better referred to as the notice of proposed and refused action, but very often gets referred to as a prior written notice. The problem with that is it's only a prior notice half of the time because it's the feds. I don't know who did this. As a former English teacher, this is just amazing to me. But they took these two concepts that seem very closely related, which is proposing to do something and refusing to do something, and then said you had to provide notice before those things. But the thing is, you can provide notice before you propose something, but the way reality works, you can't give notice until you have refused something. So it's always post-refusal notice, but prior proposal notice, but they shammed them all together into one sentence and acted like it would all work the same. You tell me how you send a parent 15 prior, if a parent's coming to the meeting tomorrow to say, I want pony therapy all day, every day, you can't send them prior notice of no. You have to go to the meeting and say no, and then send them post notice of no. We already told you no, and here's the reasons why we told you no. So this has been a huge headache because for 2 decades, the way we handled this in Louisiana was just not touching that federal provision of law and being like, yeah, it says something. And everybody kind of just send letters out, and some of them are before and some of them are after. But we went and monkeyed around in that provision this year. So now it's like ours. And we really, we're going to have to see how that plays out. I'm interested to see how that plays out for you guys, because now we've put these day limits on there. And again, if at the upcoming meeting, I'm proposing a whole afternoon of pony therapy 1 day a week for your kid, then I should be able to tell you that 15 days before the meeting. But if you're planning to ask me and I'm going to refuse it, then I have to tell you within 15 days after the meeting. But we put both those timelines in one timeline, which was like, it just pushed the English language to its breaking point. The thing does not work. It doesn't quite make sense. And it's our reg, I'll take responsibility for it, and I'm going to have to enforce it. But the plain language doesn't work. It's prior notices of proposals, post notices of refusals, and both of them are going to have to start happening within 15 days, which is a newly imposed timeline that I don't think anybody was violating in the past. Like, I've never seen more than 10 days to 2 weeks for those kind of notices to go out. So I don't think that's going to be a big deal, but it is putting a renewed spotlight on this. And I've been seeing a number of complaints. It's like IEE. It's a free parent trigger where they can, a parent who's frustrated and wants to call some shots can call shots in that area, just like in the IEE area, by just saying, I demand A, B, C, and D. And I'm fine with you telling me no. Now I just want a letter explaining to me why I'm not getting A, B, C, and D. And I've seen more complaints about the notice over A, B, C, and D than I've seen complaints about not getting A, B, C, and D. It's like the requirements are so easy to follow and so easy. They're easy to understand. They're hard to follow. It's easy to miss a letter. It's easy to miss a no you said at a 3-hour IEP meeting and not adequately cover it in the reasons you're not doing this thing. And it's been causing all kind of procedural complaints around here. This one was just a straight eval. We had a request to eval. This was an out-of-state kid who transferred in, eligible from another state. This one fits here because it's probably our most common complaint, not the fact scenario. This was a thoroughly confused parent who probably shouldn't have been thoroughly confused. There was no finding here. This was not a finding, right? Yeah, there was no finding here. So the kid moved in from out of state, was eligible in another state. Pupil appraisal staff usually don't need this explained to them. IDA doesn't set out eligibility categories. Every state lays out their own. So move across state lines, we may not even be applying the same standards for autism or OHI or whatever it is you're looking. So there's going to be some delay generally on an interstate move of getting the kids straight. Louisiana does have some allowances for interim IEPs for kids under those circumstances. This kid's specific scenario did not fit. He was eligible, but not receiving services out of state. So we didn't have any understanding of what an interim IEP would even look like. They started him on an eval. It took a little while.
They were within timeline.
Yeah, they did it all within timelines. If I remember correctly, and I wouldn't have, again, when we made this up, when I was brainstorming, I'm pretty sure this kid was getting 504 services in my hypothetical made up world because that made me feel better. But I'm pretty sure he was getting 504 services at least in the interim. They did have him with some supports. And it took maybe 90 days from the start of the school year to get the child through the evaluation process, early childhood, not
Yeah, this is the early childhood one.
yeah,
This is.
yeah. So no allegations there. This one kind of went away. You know what I mean? In interviews with the parent, I kind of explained the situation to her. And before I even wrote the decision, she understood what was going on and got it. And I think if somebody at the district office had just sat down and explained to her that, sometimes just explaining to her that the law is unsatisfactory here, ma'am. Like, at the school system, we're doing everything we're supposed to be doing, and it's not working the way you want it to just because the law doesn't work that way. A lot of people try to avoid those conversations, but I find they can really diffuse situations with parents. Sometimes, like, I hear you, I want to help you, but I can't. But I think this was just an avoided, I hear you, I want to help you, but I can't conversation that I eventually had to have with the lady 3 months later when she's all frustrated down the line of, oh, they hear you, they want to help you, but this is all they can do for you. I don't think there was any need for a complaint in this. I didn't think it was just a communication breakdown. And again, it's one of those ones that leaves me feeling good because I think it was a resolved dispute. Everybody understood that what happened, what was what was supposed to happen. Nobody got cheated or retaliated against. And so, but again, a good intake process, a good ERP process might have got rid of that.
This was just a good eval.
Uh,
There were no violations here, but we put this one here just to show you how important it is to have good, beefy evals. Parent was seeing a lot of behavioral things at home. School was not seeing any of it. All of the screenings checked out. They even went further and did assessments. Child didn't qualify for anything, so that there were no violations. It was all unsubstantiated.
and this complaint ties into that again. Probably our top two complaint generators. Anything that makes a parent angry is more likely to create. Y'all are doing something non-compliant on IDEA right now while you're here. Somebody back in your school is doing something IDEA non-compliant. Again, the law is huge. You got to send notices constantly. You got to have all these people at all these meetings. You're always in some low level of non-compliance with IDEA. I mean, y'all can chuckle, but it's got to be true. It's got to be true. It's too complicated. Read through those discipline regs and tell me what they mean. I mean, I made a living riding around the state telling them other people what they mean. And I look at the glazed look on their face and the fact that I need a 10-layer Venn diagram just to get them through. If this, then we go to the manifestation determination. And let's go to page 2 now. They've made it complicated. They've made it for noncompliance. The difference between noncompliance that we all just go home, go to bed, and that's the background radiation noncompliance of our lives, and the stuff that lands you in a hearing is somebody's anger level, somebody's frustration level, somebody's anxiety or aggravation level. Sometimes your fault, usually not. I mean, base level thing we know about our parents is they have a child with a disability who's experiencing some sort of unpleasantness at school right now, because that's why the parent's here. And so, takes me back to behavior and evaluation. Is my kid eligible? Is my kid getting punished? Those are the two things that take the temperature level from 2 to 10 in a heartbeat. Minor noncompliance around discipline, you're going to be in a due process. Forget to send some notices every year for 15 years in a row. Nothing happens because nobody was upset about that. Eligibility determinations. I want my kid to have supports. I want my kid, be frank, as a parent, I want the psychological support of knowing something's wrong with my kid to explain all these difficulties I'm having in my household and they're having at school. Whatever that reasoning is, their anxiety levels crank. And so that's why pupil appraisal, again, MDRs in discipline, evaluation and eligibility determinations, but you'll notice it all leads back. Every one of these ends up leading back to pupil appraisal, because even if I'm dealing with an IEP implementation or the better ones, the appropriateness of IEP services. I want 3 hours of ABA a day, and they're doing a different approach to address my kid's social emotional needs. I'm headed to your document. You know what I mean? I'm not starting over from scratch. I'm not asking rudimentary questions about the kid, trying to get at his levels. I'm going to be relying on your evaluation. If you've got, that's what that whole complaint's going to be about. It's not going to be about the IEP team meeting. And they always say, you want the IEP meeting recording? No, I want to see the eval to see what the recommendations about where this kid and what levels he's at right now, where he's expected to go, and what needs to happen. It's the core document, and just about, it's the core document of IDEA is got a lot of focus on the IEP, but it's the eval. And it's where I spend a lot of time, it's where we spend a lot of time in complaint land, is reviewing evals. Because again, whether it's a manifestation determination, an actual issue about the eval itself, or an issue about services or service delivery, or whether or not services are appropriate, we're going to be in the eval, the most recent eval report, to make all those determinations. And unless they can really upset that apple cart and prove that this evaluation is not worth the paper it's written on, it's going to get a lot of deference from us, and it always does. And I think y'all find the same. Thing if you go to a due process. Again, if we were to have a hearing about these kids that didn't involve y'all, both sides would be grabbing expert witnesses and paying $2,000 an hour to get these people to come into the courtroom and say, I spent 5 minutes with that kid and he needs 3 hours of ABA every afternoon. But when the district brings its witnesses, these aren't hired guns that they just hired last week to come in and give a self-serving opinion about the kid. It's people who did a comprehensive evaluation 6 to 8 months ago and have stuck with it and are dealing with the kid day in and day out. So y'all are central to the dispute resolution process. I mean, there's so much is built on it that assume you'll be testifying at some point. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because y'all are the core of it. But again, if there's due processes in your district, you're the folks who are probably going to be called upon to support what your district did, because the eval is the backbone of what the district did with a specific kid. And so you're going to get called in there to deal with that stuff. Couple sidebar things. We don't do anything with 504 right now. If anything comes in 504 wise, y'all should have complaint processes, and the feds do. 2 other little odds and ends that came our way recently. We are developing a complaint process for 17173, behavioral health services in schools by private providers. We've been getting a lot of complaints at the department for 2 or 3 years now since that bill passed. It had no dispute resolution in, so we've just been telling people, oh, that's unfortunate, you should call your local school board. But that changed this legislative session, and there will be a complaint process for that, probably through the same office that does this one. It's not going to be the IDEA complaint process, because it's not necessary that those kids be IDEA eligible. But I know y'all are at the edges of that issue when it arises in your district, and I know it's been arising more and more often. But from the noise we're hearing here, the pleasant sounds we're hearing here, it's really stirring up out in the advocacy groups again. I think there's going to be renewed requests for it. And there's an expectation now that we'll be investigating and looking into those. And in a couple of months, there will be a rule authorizing us to do that.
And we do anticipate, kind of going back to mediations, it has to cross the threshold into IDEA allegations. We do anticipate there to be a lot of requests by parents for mediation about 17173. So just kind of putting that out there, putting that on your radar.
Yes. So we kind of filled our time here today. There's what do you call those things? There's a link to the thing. We've got our email addresses up there. What do you call that thing? A QR code. A QR code. The QR code will take you to the presentation. There were a lot more words than we said on those pages. It's kind of reference documenty, so feel free to leaf through it. Also got our emails and phone numbers. Again, once you're in a dispute, I'm going to deal with you in the context of the dispute. But if something's bubbling up and you just want a second opinion or somebody to bounce ideas off of, Chastity and I are both available 8 to 4:30 every day. Thank you.
He has a question.
Oh. I don't know. Have you done one? Yeah. All right. Okay, I got permission. Go ahead. Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sounds silly to say it out loud, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of waivers out there for that. Uh, and we're kind of out of line with other states in how we do that. A lot of states do delayed IEP implementation. I came from Oregon, and typically after an IEP meeting, it was going to be 10 to 14 days before they implemented the IEP. So after the IEP meeting, they'd put a cover letter on there that said, we're proposing to implement this new education plan starting, if it was today, it'd say starting September 3rd, we're going to implement this new plan. Here we've got this practice of cranking that baby up the next day. Like we're out of the IEP meeting. We're like, tell everybody what they got to do. Everybody ready to roll tomorrow. Again, that all runs on goodwill and consensus. Because as soon as a parent says that isn't how it's supposed to work, that isn't how it's supposed to work. I mean, we've been working on a lot of consent and waiver that's just kind of implicit for a while now. If the parent doesn't disagree with anything in the IEP, everybody's eager to get it off and running. There's no problem going tomorrow. But if you're changing a kid's placement and the parent wants to follow due process and has a right to stay put, but you hurry up and implement that overnight tonight, and I can't follow the due process until day after tomorrow, then you really didn't give prior written notice of that change of placement. So yeah, it's just going to be playing around with it. These will be my parting words. When everything's running well, it's all going to run well. That's how it always goes. But because we've got these added little procedural hitches in there, when it goes bad with a parent, it's all going to be bad. For those parents you're having annual meetings with, or more frequent meetings, you're having robust discussions, you got an eval, you're making changes to their kids' program, things are going well. Or even if it's a less exciting thing, it's just that rote parent comes in, trudges through an hour-long IEP and says, where do I need to sign? Those people are not going to be a problem. You can waive, you can implement the next day. You cannot send those notices in all likelihood, and there'll be no repercussions for it. But when that parent decides that not getting their pony therapy has cast everything that ever happened to them in a negative light historically, you better believe your failure to have that notice out 10 days in advance is going to come up in their laundry list of things you didn't do that they've been keeping track of. So it's always that sliding scale of, you got the law. If we all comply with the law, we're short-staffed as it is. SPED would go under. If every letter that needed to be sent, every meeting that needed to be held was held, every MDR was held when it needed to be held, we'd find out exactly how understaffed we are. You got to play it by ear. Who can I cut a corner on? And I don't mean that in a bad cut a corner, but is this parent plays nice and we work cooperatively with them, and maybe I can do a phone meeting with them and save myself 10 minutes tomorrow on a commute. And you just got to play it by ear. But as we keep ticking these procedural notches, making it harder to do this stuff, I really think it's just heating up what would otherwise be lukewarm disputes I don't see it changing greatly how we serve kids in the classroom, whether their parent got notice 10 days or 15 days in advance. So I just encourage y'all to play it by ear on these situations. If you've got a parent that trusts you and everything's going well, then you can probably slide on some things. But when you got a parent that's bird dogging you, yeah, you better check all those dates, because I'm going to have to make a finding on it if the complaint comes to me, no matter how ticky-tack I think it is, or how unrelated to the kid's actual performance I think it is. And yeah, it just got a lot more complicated with all these day counts. Yeah. I mean, if you go back a few minutes, I didn't even remember the name of QR codes, so I might not be the best resource. Yeah, we can get it to you somehow. There is a QR code. Yeah. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know some people are still in transition, but if you're in here, welcome. My name is Alexandra Chenevert. I support English learners here at the department. And today we are going to discuss, or you guys will receive some information on identifying and supporting English learners with disabilities. So our session objectives today consist of reviewing the systems for accurately identifying L eligibility for special education services, as well as ensuring the appropriate evaluations and referrals for Ls suspected of having a disability. So I'll pause because I see some people getting the QR code. And if you're not able to capture it, I'll loop back at the end, so no worries. Okay. Oops. Well, I don't know what just tells me. Just having some technical difficulties. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Thank you. I just did that. I don't know why. It just went crazy. Let me try. Okay. All right. So we have some guiding principles for our English learners with potential disabilities that we just want to start off with. The first one is that, of course, you know, all students, including English learners, have the right to a free and appropriate public education. The second is that cultural competence and linguistic awareness are essential components of working with students of diverse backgrounds. And the third is that collaboration will play a key role in supporting Ls with disabilities. And so we're going to talk about collaboration a lot today because, as you know, you probably work on a team. It's not a one-man show. And so identifying English learners with disabilities is really a group effort. So we're going to start off today by discussing L identification. So you may be familiar with this, and this is not pertaining specifically to disabilities, but just identifying an English learner. What is an English learner and how do we identify them? So this consists of any students aged 5 through 21 that are enrolled in an elementary, middle, or high school once they have completed the home language survey. So depending on your school system and how registration is conducted, when a student enters into any Louisiana school, we require their parents to complete a home language survey. And so from this home language survey, we get to determine what is the student's primary language spoken at home. And so depending on the form, Louisiana does have one that we provide at the department, but school systems have the opportunity to use any home language survey of their choosing. But if selected, the one that we provide at the state, the parent would basically identify the primary language spoken at home or the first language that's acquired by the student, first language that they speak with their grandparents or their friends. And at the bottom of the form, the parents get to complete a sentence that basically says, I want to receive information from my child's school in blank language. And so, or in English. And this is important because we have to, I don't know if you're familiar, you probably are, that we have to provide documents or communicate with our parents whose first language is not English in that language. And so that's important for us in this group because we have to communicate with our parents. So once our parents complete the home language survey and we determine eligibility for the English language proficiency screener. So if a student's primary language is a language other than English, then they would bump into a category where they would be considered a potential English learner. So from that, they are screened with an assessment called the English Language Proficiency Screener. This basically lets us know that they are or are not an English learner based on their scoring. So when they take this screener, it measures 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And we'll loop back to those same language domains multiple times during today's presentation. When they get that score, they get a composite score of either emerging, progressing, or they do not test into the program, proficient. And we use that moving forward to gauge where their instructional supports are needed. Every spring, those same students take the English language proficiency test, and this test measures that same criteria: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Or maybe in your case, they may take the ELP Connect. So it depends on if they have a significant cognitive ability, if they will qualify for the ELP Connect. But in general, those students would take the ELPT or the ELPT Connect every spring until they exit the program. So this is also an essential component of monitoring the data that you would probably look at to determine if an L needs some more support in terms of interventions and so on and so forth. So when the students take the ELPT, not the screener, but the test that they take every spring, when they take that the very first time, they get what's called a baseline. This baseline score basically sets the stage for their trajectory, which you'll see the charts behind me. There's a kindergarten through 5th grade trajectory, and then a 6th grade through 12th grade trajectory. So this basically says whatever that student starts off with, whether it's emerging, and I'll break down the P1, P2, P3 in a second. But if they start off at emerging or progressing, they are expected to progress in their language proficiency by so many years based on this trajectory chart. So you'll see emerging P1, P2, P3. So previously I mentioned those 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So when they take the ELPT the first time, they get a score in all of those language domains, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. Or if they take the ELP Connect, 1 being the lowest, 4 being the highest. So based on their score, if they score in those 4 language domains a 1 or a 2, that bumps them into the emerging category. If they score the progressing level in those 4 language domains, the highest of 3, but the lowest of a 1 in any of those language domains, they're considered progressing 1. It's going to make sense the more that we go through the presentation and why this is important. If they score on the ELPT the highest of a 3, but the lowest of a 2, they're progressing 2. And if they score the lowest of a 3, but maybe a 4 or a 5 in any of the language domains, then they're considered P3. So this is important when we are monitoring the student data to see if they're making progression on their trajectory. So if a student, their baseline year scored emerging the first time, and we're evaluating a student and they've scored emerging 5 years in a row, then there's a cause for concern. If the child's very first year, they're scored emerging and they make their trajectory the next year to progressing 1, then that is the progress that we're looking for. So this basically helps you to determine, based on their language proficiency, if they're making progress as they're acquiring the English language. And you'll see that there's a difference between the K-5 and 612 based on language proficiency. The expectation or the understanding is that a student that is in the lower grade or elementary setting, it's easier for them to acquire the English language versus a child that may come from a high school setting in another country. It takes a little bit longer to acquire the English language. So today we're going to touch on a couple of different things that are important in terms of gathering data while you're evaluating or while you're monitoring a student to see if they would potentially qualify for a disability. So aside from learning what their language proficiency is in English, something that's also important is to determine their language proficiency in their L1 or their first language. And you'll see L1 referenced a couple of times. That just means it's their primary language. L2 is the secondary language that they're learning, typically English, but not all the time because we have multilingual students that speak multiple languages. So in terms of today's presentation, L1 will reference their very first language. So there's a couple of different tests, and this is linked. All of the hyperlinks are included in the slide deck, so you can actually click on it and it'll bring you to the actual test. There's a couple of tests that you can administer to students to determine their language proficiency in their L1. Why is this important? If they are cognitively unable, to produce in their L1, then that's a cause for concern. If they are able to produce in their L1, then perhaps that's the conversation we're going to have later. Is the language, is the disability? And so this is important to determine if the student is capable to produce language in their L1. And those tests are linked there. And we have some amazing world language specialists that can assist you further if you want to learn more about those language tests. And you can email them at language.acquisition@la.gov. So this is important, and I want to mention this because if a student, and I know I referenced this already, if a student is literate in their L1, then it's easier to acquire the English language in their L2 or L3, depending. If they've been exposed to formal education before they came to the United States or before they came to Louisiana, this is a factor that can help you determine what their trajectory is. Is their L1 in close proximity to the English language, or is it far off? Are they using symbols to write instead of letters? These are things that are important to consider. Another thing that's important to consider, and I can speak to this from being a classroom teacher and then also supporting ILS on a district level, is that when we're evaluating, and this is not necessarily for you, but maybe for the teachers that you're in collaboration with while you're trying to determine what's important, the difference between academic language and social language. And so in the ESL world, we refer to this as basic interpersonal community skills as social language. And for academic language, the cognitive academic language proficiency, or CALP. Why is this important? This is important because you may see a student engaging with other students in different areas of a school setting, and you'll hear a teacher say, oh, that child can communicate. That child, I see the child speaking to someone else in the hallway. And so that language and the language where they're acquiring English are two completely different things. And we don't want to misuse that data when trying to determine where a child is capable or not. So academic language, and of course, you may not be in there teaching the student, but this is important in reference to the teachers that you may be in collaboration with, that every new unit, every new topic, every new vocabulary word is brand new to that student. So we can't assume that just because they progressed in a unit before that they're going to progress in the following unit, because it's brand new language to them. So that's also important when collecting data to determine if a student has a disability. So the steps for identifying special education in ELS, there are some challenges that I thought are important that you are probably familiar with, or things that you've encountered before that I thought we should reference. The first one is the lack of multi-tiered early intervention strategies. And so this is something that I think is important while we're building our programs, that we address early intervention strategies so that we can support them through their stages of language proficiency. The second, the referral process in design, which is basically what we're speaking about today. And then the third is the lack of options for providing support for students, maybe once we've identified that there's something there. And the potential results from these challenges are the over or under identification of special education services for ELS. So I have some key questions for us, and I think these are very, 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 very important. And these are questions that I would ask if I was meeting with my team. And I'm going to read all of them because they're all very important. These are questions that I've asked in different capacities as a teacher and also supporting students. So 1, is the reason for the disability evaluation based on the student's suspected disability and need for disability-related services and not the student's English language proficiency? So we cannot assume that just because a student doesn't speak English that they have a disability. It seems like common sense, but a lot of times there's a difficulty in determining, is it a disability or is it language related? And we're going to tap into that as we proceed through the slide deck. The second, does the evaluation use appropriate methods to measure the student's ability and not the student's English language skill? So this is also important. The evaluation that we're using, does a child have a fair opportunity to engage in the assessment if they haven't yet acquired the English language? The third, Is the disability evaluation administered in the child's native language unless clearly not feasible to do so to avoid misclassification, which is essentially what I just asked. Does the child have a fair chance if the child scored emerging and the test is completely in English, the results are probably not going to be valid. Can the disability evaluation be conducted in one or more forms, such as orally or in writing? And that's on a need basis. Did the IEP or Section 504 team gather information from the student, parents, and school records regarding the student's previous educational experiences, language assessments, and social education assessments? A lot of time, their previous data is located in their CUME folder if they come from a state in Louisiana. Now, a district within Louisiana. Now, if they're coming from a different country, we can't necessarily say that we'll have their student data, but this particular population of students, they're transient. So a lot of times that data is included in the CUME folder, and that's valuable information to look at. If you're trying to determine if the student has been a long-term L, then we can look at their past ELPT data to determine if they made progress, or I'm sure your accountability person would be able to provide that information. This is a really, 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 really big one that is important when determining if the student is making progress. Is the student receiving adequate language instruction and support to assist them in making academic progress? One of the strategies that we have in the department and in our team on diverse learners is standards-based English instruction or content-based English instruction, or you may have heard sheltered instruction. They vary a little bit in definition, but what this essentially means are those 4 language domains, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, are being simultaneously taught within the curriculum from the teacher. So if the child is not receiving any additional supports, visuals, word walls, pictures, images, all of these different things, the strategies that we can use to support our L's, word banks, then are we necessarily supporting the student within? And I know that's not your role, but it's important conversation to have within instruction. Is the student making progress in the 4 language domains? So if we are looking at their ELPT data, and let's say the past 4 years, they scored a 1 in writing, there's cause for concern because they're not making progress. However, if the student scores a 1 and then they progress to a 2 and then a 5, they're making progress, and that's positive. What behaviors indicate that the student may have a learning disability not considered typical for their linguistic or cultural background or the process of adjusting to the United States? So if you're not familiar with language acquisition, there's 5 different stages of language acquisition. It may take an L up to 7 years to fully acquire the English language. So if they're not making progress in the first 6 months, that is normal. There's also something that we would call in the ESL world a silent period, where an L student will not produce language. They may come to class, they may look around, they may write a little, they may not do anything. This is normal. There's a culture shock for a lot of students. They may not have the verbal words, the academic language to articulate what they're experiencing, but they're taking in the information. So if they're not producing anything within their silent period, that's not necessarily something to cause for concern, but to monitor. And then what other factors outside the classroom impact student learning and performance? Are they in school? When they go home, do they have to watch siblings? These are things to consider. If they have homework and they're not completing it, does anyone at home speak English? So to continue the conversation about identification and disability-related services for Ls, newcomers, beginners, students with interrupted formal education, and these are students that are ages 13 and up that have a gap in their education, they can be referred at any time for special education services if an exceptionality is suspected. If an L has an existing IEP or a low incident disability, they can begin receiving services immediately, according to Bulletin 1530. We must follow the rules and procedures the same that we would for a regular education student that we would for an L. So we shouldn't expedite the L through different tiers just because there's a language barrier or there's something going on with the student. We must follow the same protocol for all of our students. And a couple of the other bullets are repetitive, that we cannot use just the basis of the language as a means for determining. So there's 3 different scenarios for L's, and we're going to go through all 3 of those. So the first one is that the L is in the general education environment where there are appropriate language supports. So the teacher is addressing those 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing through the content. And so this chart behind me kind of shows a flow chart of where we can go. If the student is suspected of having something going on with them, if you notice through the data and through what the child is producing that they're not making progress through the general education setting and through the intervention stages, then we would conduct an evaluation. If the child is making progress, maybe not necessarily the same as their English speaking peers, but they're making progress, then we would just continue to monitor them. The second scenario is an L with an existing IEP. Continue as you would with any other student. An L that has an IEP, they can receive both accommodations for the language acquisition as well as what is included on the IEP. The third is that there's an L without a current evaluation or an IEP, but they have a low disability that is suspected. The same thing. We conduct an evaluation. There's no exceptionality, but we continue to monitor the student or they qualify for a disability. And again, we would proceed through those tiers 1, 2, and 3 the same way that we would with any other student. Okay. So this is probably my favorite part of discussing L's with disabilities. I have a couple of different topics that we're going to cover, and I won't read all of this to you, but it's included in the slide deck. These are some great resources for you to go back to when determining, is it language or is it disability? So the first one is oral comprehension and listening. So on the chart, it basically shows you what you see, what is natural or what should occur for a student that is acquiring the English language, and then what could be an indicator of a disability. So these behaviors could be the student is not responding to verbal directions. They could be in the silent period. The student needs frequent repetition of oral language or languages or directions, or input. There's research that suggests that it may take an English learner up to 16 repetitions of a word to acquire that one word. So this is normal for an English learner, depending on what stage of language proficiency that they're in. A student delays responses to questions. So a lot of times our students receive the information in English, they process it in their L1, and then they have to give out the information in their L2. That is a lot to process as a student that is learning language and content at the same time. So we just have to monitor that closely to see if this is a processing issue or is it really language? Are they making progress? That's the big word that we want to address. Are they making progress? Speaking and oral fluency. So some behaviors you may see, the student lacks verbal fluency, the student is unable to orally retell a story, the student does not orally respond to questions or does not speak much. So this has a lot to do with their language development and also the supports that are in the classroom. Perhaps the instructional components that they need to progress orally are sentence stems and sentence frames. Or maybe there's a speech issue. Perhaps the student doesn't quite understand all of the information that they're taking in English, so they're not able to produce a response because they haven't acquired that component of the English language. Or they may be in the silent period, which is not just 6 months. It's not specific to any L. It just depends on their learning. Phonemic awareness and reading. So the behaviors that you could see is that students do not remember the letter sound from one day to the next. This is definitely heavy on their L1 and learning their L2. The student is unable to blend sounds in order to decode words in reading. Again, if their L1 and their L2 are not similar, this is a hard concept for the students to determine the difference. The third, the student is unable to decode words correctly. I have worked with students before where their L1 and English are like night and day. And so it takes them a while to decode. So we have to look at if students are confused, if they're not decoding properly over a long period of time, if there's a processing issue, if they don't remember letter sounds over the course of 2 years. Okay. Reading comprehension and vocabulary. So I know I said before, it may take an L up to 16 repetitions per research for an L to acquire certain words. So even though they may receive it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't stick. It just takes time to practice. And that's the instructional component. Are we addressing those 4 language domains along with the content? Writing. So some behaviors that you may see: errors with punctuation, difficulty writing grammatically correct sentences, difficulty generating paragraphs. So again, if our students are in the process of acquiring the English language along with sentence structure, this is very big. I know I have some history of working with students with other languages, and the way that they generate sentences are completely opposite. So for a student that's learning the processes and they're taking in their L2, but they have to process in their head in their L1, and then they have to write in the sentence structure of their L2, that's difficult and it may take some time. However, if they're not showing the big word progress, that's what we want to look at. Spelling. So this is common for L's, especially when their L1s and L2s are either similar or not similar. So are they making errors that are correlated to sound? Are they making errors that are reversed letters? Mathematics. So this is something that you'll find a lot of the L's are actually strong in because it's not as text or print or word heavy, but that doesn't mean that they don't encounter difficulty with the content of math, especially if they have to write. The higher that they progress, K-12, they're going to have to read and produce writing. So are they not understanding the comprehension question component? If they have to write a constructive response question, that could be a cause for concern. Handwriting, behavior, these are also things that are correlated to language, but I don't want to continue to read each one of them to you verbatim, but I highly recommend going through and maybe with your team and looking at the differences between the behavior that you see, what is traditional for a student that is acquiring English as a second language or a third language, and then what are the indicators of determining that it could be a possibility. So these are some considerations for an L. Their family's history, if their parents have any formal education, if they have formal education, how long have they not had formal education? Speaking of the child, if they were in school, especially for our SIFEs, our students with interrupted formal education, students that are 13, again, and older that have missed at least 2 years of school, this can cause some difficulty when they immerse back into a formal education setting, if they have ever been. Are they progressing through their stages of language acquisition? So again, if the students are not making progress on that trajectory chart, that is something that you can use as a data piece. And then content specific benchmarks. So if they're also not understanding the content within the classroom, grades, these are also things that you can take into consideration. There's some research by West Ed, and this is a quote that I thought was really important, especially as the teams that you support. Standardized test scores alone cannot distinguish between learning disabilities and other factors, such as a student's low-level proficiency in his or her first language, limited prior schooling, and low levels of English proficiency that may cause an English learner to perform below standards. So depending on the procedure that is used in your school system or your district, if a teacher comes and says, I think that this child has a disability, the first thing that I would ask is for all of the data, not just the grades, not just the student's test scores. I would look at everything. If the student is in an intervention, what is the intervention? And we're going to talk a little bit about intervention. I'm not sure if it's directly after this, but we can't just look at one single piece of data alone to determine if an English learner is suspected of having a disability or not. We must look at multiple things. Interventions. So if an L fails to make progress in spite of receiving support from their general education setting, then they should be referred to an SBLC. This is a process I'm sure you know very well. So the SBLC, and this is what I said at the beginning, collaboration. So this should not be a one-man show. We have to look at a ton of different data pieces to determine if that L should be evaluated to go through the tiers of the 3 tiers. We don't want to just streamline an L just because they're not making progress in their language proficiency. So this means that we're collaborating with their teachers. If there's an L teacher in your district or maybe at that particular site, if there's a specialist, you all, their parents, these are all people that should be connected when we are determining if a student should move through the tiers. Because as soon as we put that label on that student, it becomes something else that we have to do, and we don't want to mislabel or over or under identify our L's. So in interventions, the data that we want to do, and I know I just said this multiple times because it's important, and there's the P word again, progress, we must monitor the student's development. So if the only time we're looking at their trajectory is, or the only time we're looking at their L growth is at the end of every year, if we're not monitoring and looking and seeing if they're moving through their stages of language proficiency, if we are suspecting this student could potentially have a disability, this is something that we're not doing in support of the student. So we want to consistently monitor to see if they're making progress in their trajectory. So the next 2 slides are really, really, really important. There are 2 different types of interventions that we're going to focus on today. One that supports language acquisition and one that supports the general education setting. So interventions may look the same for our students, but interventions that support language acquisition are not the same as we would give to any other student that is moving through the tiers. So if we are supporting the student's language acquisition, then that is one thing. And this would include visual aids, gestures, demonstrations, providing academic vocabulary, background support, direct language instruction. This would support language acquisition, not necessarily the same intervention strategies that we would use for anyone else. So direct language instruction of the skill, like phonemic awareness, phonics, teaching the strategies for comprehension, text chunking, annotations, context clues. These things would support the student moving through the intervention stages that you would use for any other student. So if the student is not making progress in the traditional interventions, that's one thing. If we're using interventions that are language specific, that cannot be determined if they're not making progress in the other. I hope I made myself clear with it. So there are 2 different types of interventions. If we are supporting language acquisition or we're supporting the skills needed to progress through the content area. So assessment and evaluation. So this is probably the 3rd slide I've had of very important questions, and I'm going to read these again verbatim because these are questions that I would ask if I was working to support an L potentially suspected of a disability. Are the evaluators trained to conduct the evaluation and interpret the results, including knowing how to differentiate between language needs and a disability? Does the IEP or 504 team or you all and your teams include participants who have knowledge of the student's language needs and training in special education and related services and professionals in training with second language acquisition and L services? So this is why I said collaboration is key. If only one person is looking at the data and not necessarily taking into account their language, then we're not necessarily in best support of the student. So it must be a collaborative team effort. Have the parents been invited to participate in the planning process and been informed of their rights in a language that they understand? By law, we must provide materials or communicate to the parents in their language. has a trained interpreter or translator provided documents that have been made available for that parent. And I know I just said that we must provide that to the students, if not verbal, written to their parents, excuse me. Will the recommended services allow the Ls with a disability to be involved and make progress in the general education setting? I know Meredith mentioned earlier the least restricted environment. We would do the same thing for our English learners. Is there a formal plan to monitor the progress of the Ls with disability in respect to their language and disability-based goals? So we're not just looking to see if they are making progress on the ELPT. We're also looking to see if they're making progress with whatever accommodations they receive from their IEP. Has the student's general education teachers and related service providers been made aware of their services? So I've seen in some cases where we opt for language accommodations versus what is included on their IEP. We have to provide both once they're suspected. So some considerations, and here's the big word again that I keep saying. Collaboration is key between the teams so that we're not a one-man show making the decisions to determine if the student is suspected of having something or what we're monitoring. Distinguishing language from a disability, and then using the correct administration of assessments. And we're going to talk about interpreters and translators, because I know everyone here may not be bilingual, or someone on your team may not be bilingual, so you may use the support of an interpreter. So just for clarification, an interpreter is basically a person that is speaking directly to the parent. So if you have someone in the room with you and they're reading off of the IEP, that is an interpreter. A translator is a person that provides the written communication for the parent. So if you had a translator in the room or a person that conducted the translation, the IEP would be in that language. If they were an interpreter in the meeting, then they would be a third party communicating with the parent. And for some of us, that may be new knowledge, or we may confuse the two different terms, but they are different. So offer and use translators and interpreters to facilitate the communication and consent amongst the families. Do not translate the test materials without establishing the validity of the test. So just because you have a person that may speak the same language as the student, this does not mean that the test is going to be valid. The evaluation may be valid just because they can communicate with the student. There's a lot of things that can happen if we use a third party in terms of an evaluation that can skew the results of the test. So we want to be very, very, very careful with using, perhaps you have a bilingual para, or you have an L specialist that speaks another language that has a really good relationship with the student, and they're feeding them information just because it's something that they do on a regular. We want to be very careful when we use those while evaluating. So supporting our Ls. I know I mentioned this before, and I think it's super important to mention the instructional component, because we can make recommendations for the student. We can say that the child is not making progress, but the instruction where they're in the classroom 100% of the time, unless there's some other type of model that your school system uses, the instruction is very, very important to see if they're making that progress or the supports that we're giving them. So here I've listed a number of resources. I support instruction. So this is my absolute favorite part. So if your school systems need some support with actually supporting them in terms of the instruction, this is my wheelhouse. So I'm super excited to provide more information about that. So these are all hyperlinked, and this brings you to our state documents. So we have our students or Ls with disabilities guidance that's first linked. We have a glossary of strategies that are applicable to all students, but they're specific to those 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We have a sample classroom differentiation plan, because we should be differentiating for all of our students. We have the Louisiana connectors for Ls. So this is my favorite document, and I can't wait to talk about it more. We also have connectors for Ls with disabilities, and this basically shows you the progression of what the L can do at every stage of their language proficiency. And so this is my favorite document. If you like put an asterisk on your notes, please, please, please look at this document because it shows you what the L can do at every, or what they should be able to do at every stage of language proficiency. And so if they're not making progress, you could look at this document to see where they should fall. So this is a really good resource in determining if they're making progress or not. And my favorite part about this is it is also works in conjunction with the Louisiana state standards. So the state standards are also on this document along with the language domains. I know I'm so excited about this because this is going to help you. So at the top, there's the different stages of language proficiency. It's numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And on the left side of the document, which is my right, all of the standards are listed, and it shows you what they should be able to do at every standards. And we have it for K-12. So please go look at this document. It's amazing. We have a task analysis tool that supports teachers in planning for those 4 language domains that I'm going to mention until you probably are going to say them in your sleep: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We also have the English Learner Guidebook, Changing Educational Outcomes for English Learners. This is where I referenced our things that we're pushing, our instructional strategies: content-based English instruction, dual language, and standards-based English instruction, or you may have heard it called sheltered English instruction. Different variations, but they all do the same thing. And then we also have some guidance for supporting content and literacy for English learners in elementary and middle school that's linked there. So accommodations. ELs receive accommodations on statewide assessments to address their language acquisition process and learning, to make their assessment more accessible when they're not yet proficient. I'm sure you've seen the accommodation checklist before. This is something that should be used in your data meeting when you're talking about data. What accommodations were the child given? Were they over accommodated? Were they under accommodated? Have their accommodations changed from year to year? The more language that they acquire, the less accommodations they should have. So accommodations are also a collaborative effort. There's the C word again. We should have multiple people looking at the accommodation sheet, and they can be updated up to 30 days before a testing window. So if we start an L off with a ton of accommodations and we realize, okay, this child is making progress, you can take them away 30 days before a testing window. And I would recommend evaluating this twice a year, once in the fall, once in the spring, right before testing, so you can support your L to the best that you can do. And then, of course, if they have an IEP, you have to give them those accommodations as well, per the law. So here's some do's and don'ts, and I kind of just went over these, so you can reference this whenever you take a look back at the slide deck. But again, we don't want to over accommodate them. We don't want to under accommodate them. And we don't want accommodations to be a crutch to the student, but we want them to be an assistance as they're learning language acquisition. So if the student, this is just me giving you a random example, on the accommodation sheet, you can choose for their math assessments to be in math. If the child is able to verbally communicate with their teacher, let's say it's a bilingual teacher in math, but they are not literate in math, in English, excuse me, Spanish, I'm just choosing because that's what's on the accommodation checklist. I'll say that again. So let's say the student is first language Spanish, not literate in Spanish, but because you know the child speaks Spanish, you select math assessment in Spanish and they're not literate in Spanish. Are we really helping the student? No, obviously. May seem like common sense, but you'd be surprised. Okay, continued evaluation. So there are, and this is important for you to know, there are domain exemptions for speaking and listening on the ELPT. They must be submitted. There's a form, there's a brand new form from the accountability department. They must be submitted to the accountability department for approval, and there's a deadline and all that jazz. So if the child is eligible for the ELPT Connect, they generally may have something that would allow them to receive a domain exemption. So this is something to look into if you did not know that. This means that on the ELPT, they don't take speaking or listening, but they still take reading and writing. Not for every student, but you can submit that. ELs, this is something also I want to mention. ELs with disabilities may be able to receive an early exit from EL status after 4 years of being duly identified as an EL and a student with disability. So this is something that you would have to submit to the accountability department, and I've linked their email there, assessment@la.gov. So I have a little conversation for us to have. And we're going to have it really quickly because we have 6 minutes left. So meet Isabella. And this is just like my colleague earlier, this is a made up story for you to just consider. So meet Isabella. She arrived at your school district as a 3rd grade student 2 months ago from Mexico, where she was born and raised. She is 9 years old and recently completed the EOPS, that's the English Language Proficiency Screener. Her results were a 2 in listening, a 1 in reading, a 1 in speaking, and a 1 in writing, which means she is emerging. Isabella now lives with her aunt and her 4 elementary age cousins. Her mother and father remain in Mexico. So now we're talking about some factors that may impact her education, okay? I'm giving you some shameless plugs. Her aunt works 2 jobs and is often very busy. Her family only speaks Spanish. Her school in Mexico only taught in Spanish. She has had very little exposure to the English language. Her teachers notice that she is struggling to pay attention, rarely attempts to speak, and is not performing well on any of her weekly assessments. I'm going to circle back to the first paragraph. It says that she came here 2 months ago, okay? She is not making progress, but how long ago did she get here? Okay. She receives tests read aloud and has a word-to-word dictionary. Isabella's school utilizes structured English immersion, which is one of the strategies that I was talking to you about. Her content teachers consist of 2 veteran teachers and 1 first-year teacher. What difficulties, and I'm very interactive, so be ready. What difficulties do you think Isabella is struggling with? Or could she just be adjusting culturally and linguistically? Or might she have a disability? She's adjusting. You guys are so smart. How long has she been here? 2 months. It may seem like common sense to you. So I have some questions for us, more questions. Does Isabella's current situation differ from, and this is like a main question, differ from other students? So for Isabella, which students would she most likely have in common with her? So a student that is bilingual, a male, a female. If you were going to pair her with someone in the class to support her, who would you pair her with? Okay, this is my favorite question. When we are, because this is a strategy that a lot of teachers will use. When we are pairing students together, we want to make sure that we are not pairing them in a manner that would allow them to be codependent on another student that speaks English. So peer assistance and a peer tutor is an accommodation on the L checklist. So I love to have this conversation. We do not want to put everything on another student, and we also don't want that student to not feel like they're in community. So maybe we would have a structured seating where they're in close proximity with another student, but it's probably more beneficial to place them as a peer tutor or with a partner with someone that's a native English speaker so they can get exposure to the language. So that's something that a lot of people choose as an accommodation, and it's not bad. It's not a bad accommodation, but we just want to make sure that we're choosing wisely to support both of those students, because we don't want one student getting pulled down and we don't want another student that's not operating to their capacity. Does Isabella's home environment, economic status, and culture have anything to do with her current class participation? The obvious answer is, okay. Does her time spent in a U.S. school have anything to do with her performance? Yes, because she was only here for, what if she was here for 6 months? So smart. What additional information would you have needed to answer this question? So this would be the data piece. What if the teacher said the child has been here for 2 months, they're not making progress, I need to have an SBLC immediately. What data, what data would you ask for? Okay, so previous school data, that's great. Okay, maybe her ELPT scores. Okay, her grades. Now, this is my favorite part to talk about grades. When we look at the grade breakdown, how many are assessments and how many are classroom participation and other things? That's important. If 90% of the assignments are assessments, does the child have a fair shot? No. And that's an in-house thing, but that's just something to consider. Has Isabella been provided opportunities to display her ability to communicate content knowledge in her home language? This is something to consider. Now, you'll hear if a teacher does this, they'll say, well, I don't know how to produce a language to respond back or to give feedback. This is an opportunity to allow the student to feel comfortable and to produce, because we don't want them to feel as if they cannot do. So you might not grade it, but it may make her feel better. What could be done to provide Isabella with opportunities to display her knowledge? I kind of just gave you that answer. So allowing her to write, allowing her to read, giving her print material or videos that are going to engage her in her L1. So these are some important questions to ask. If you were brought this student that they want to streamline all the way to tier 3, I would hope not. Has Isabella's aunt expressed any issues or concern with her school performance? How would you gather this information? So maybe let's talk about how we communicate with parents. Is Isabella making progress? Well, we learned that she wasn't, but she was only here for 2 months. How would you measure Isabella's progress? Would you wait until the end of the year? Would you place her into interventions? Would you make sure that the interventions are separate for language, and content? Over what span of time would you measure her progress? These are questions that I don't know, I would ask. Okay, questions? Mm-hmm. Let me make sure I understand. They did not want the student to learn English. So parents do have the ability to decline ESL services in the state of Louisiana. This does not mean that we don't give them language supports. So if they are enrolled in a school in Louisiana, then they have to be taught in English, unless your school system provides dual language or some other type of language support. Now, I know depending on where you're located, there are various schools that provide content in different languages, but we would have to provide it in English. So that would be a choice for the parent to determine if that site is best fit for their needs. Okay, any other questions? Oh, yes. Thank you.
told me by now. I would tell you somebody. I would be a little. What did you?
Try to give them another minute in case they went to the bathroom. Sister. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're all settled, so we'll go ahead and get started so we can make it in time for our closing session. My name is Alexandra Chenevert. I support English learners here at the department. Today, I'm going to be sharing some information with you about identifying and supporting English learners with disabilities. And I'll try to keep us lively. I know it's the end of the day. So we have two session objectives today, and the first one is to review the systems for accurately identifying L or English learner eligibility for special education services, as well as ensuring appropriate evaluations and referrals for L's suspected of having a disability. So if you haven't already had a chance to grab the slide deck with the QR code, I invite you to do that now. If you're not able to pick it up, I'll loop back to it at the end. All right, so we're going to kick it off today with 3 guiding principles that we're going to ground ourselves in today for the presentation. The first one, which I'm sure you know all too well, is that all students, including English learners, have the right to a free and appropriate public education. The second is that cultural competence and linguistic awareness are essential components with working with students of diverse backgrounds. And the third, collaboration will play a key role in supporting Ls with disabilities. So I'm going to say the word collaboration a lot today, so just be ready. So identifying English learners. You may be familiar with this process, but we're going to go over it today because it matters in terms of what happens in the process of identifying them as in terms of the data piece. So any student age 5 through 21 who are enrolling in an English-speaking elementary, middle, or high school should be provided with a home language survey. So depending on your school system, you could use a home language survey of different variations. We provide one at the department that allows the parent to write down or to display the primary language acquired and spoken at home. So the parent may say that the student's first language is Spanish. They may speak English and Spanish with a grandparent. They may speak Spanish with their friends. This lets us know how much of the English language a child has either acquired or used just from the parent filling out the home language survey. So an L could be one of the following: a student that was not born in the United States and their native language is a language other than English, is Native American or an Alaskan American native, or a native of a resident outlining area that comes from an environment where a language other than English has had a significant impact on their English language proficiency. They are migrant and their native language is a language other than English, or they come from an environment where a language other than English is dominant. So there's a couple of different pieces of criteria that we would use to determine if a student is an L, along with the home language survey. So when the students enter into schools within the first 30 days based on that home language survey, so we must have that home language survey completed. And I want to just stop right there and say that at the bottom of the home language survey, the one that we use or that we administer at the state, it allows the parent to put, and this is important to you, the language in which they would like to be communicated with. So if you ever have a question you're not sure about, if your school system uses the home language survey provided by the state, at the bottom of that form, the parent writes what language they want to be communicated with. And this isn't always in their native language. So if you're ever unsure and your home language survey notes that, that's where you can find it. So from that home language survey, we see if the student's primary language is one other than English. And so the students are screened with what we call the English Language Proficiency Screener, the ELPS. When the students are given this, it measures, and I'm going to repeat this a number of times today, 4 language domains, which are listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So a student can be identified as an L, and then they would receive accommodations, so on and so forth, if they test into the program. Now, in order for them to qualify, they are tested in those 4 language domains that I just mentioned: listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and they get a score, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. If a student scores a 1 or a 2 in any of those language domains, they place into the program and they get a composite score of emerging. If the student scores anywhere from a 1 to a 3, 3 being the highest, they must score a 3, then that child places into the program and they get a composite score of progressing. And we'll talk about the different levels of progressing in a second. Now, every spring, those students that are identified with the English Language Proficiency Screener, they must take the English Language Proficiency Test. There's a testing window for that. It's about a little over a month where the student has to take this test. They take this test every single spring until they exit the program. How do they exit the program? They must score 4s and 5s on the ELPT or the ELPT Connect if they qualify to exit this program. So every spring they take the test until they exit. Why is this important? On your teams, you generally have to evaluate data to determine if there's a lack or if the student is not making progress. I'll say that word a lot today as well. So when the students come in the very first year that they take the ELPT, not the screener, but the test, they get what's called a baseline score. So you'll see behind me at the top of the chart, it says EOP year 1 for K5 and 612. That is their baseline year. That's where they start. So based on that initial score, they are projected to make that projected, to make that jump on their trajectory chart. So if they're emerging, they get 4 years to reach proficiency, and then it decreases, so on and so forth. You'll see that the 6-12 chart is a little bit larger than the K-5 chart. This is because an L that comes in at the high school level, it may take them a little bit longer to acquire the language. So that's why it's noted that way. Now, why is this important? Because this is a vital piece of information that you can use to determine if an L is making language acquisition progress. So you'll see behind me E for emerging, and then you'll see progressing 1, progressing 2, progressing 3. Ms. Chenevert, why is this important? So they get that score in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And in each of those domains, like I said earlier, they get a score, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. So in any of those domains, if they score a highest of 3, but a lowest of 1 in any of those domains, they're progressing 1. If they score a highest of 3, but a lowest of 2, they're progressing 2. If they score a lowest of 3, but maybe they score 4s and 5s, they are progressing 3. Now, why is this also important when looking at data? If we're looking at those individual language domains and a student has scored a 1 in reading for 3 years in a row, 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row, they're on their way to becoming a long-term English learner, there's something to look at. Why are they not making progress? So we're going to talk about a couple of different factors today to think about while you're determining the level of a student or where they're at when you may receive a referral for a student. And the first thing is to determine their L1, their first language proficiency. This is important because a lot of times when we may receive referrals for an English learner and we don't know the level that they come to us with in their first language. So if we can determine the level that they're in their L1, if their cognitive ability is not where it should be in their L1, then we can't expect the English to shoot forward and making progress. So there's a couple of different assessments that I've linked here, and you can click on them. More information is provided by the language acquisition team. So if you click on any of those links, it brings you to a couple of sites where you can look at language proficiency tests to determine if the students are literate or not in their first language. So there's some things to discuss when talking about English learners and their language proficiency. So number 1, when we're considering if the child is making progress, if they are acquiring language or so on and so forth, the first thing that we want to do is discuss their L1, which is what I just mentioned. Where are they in their L1? Can they read and can they write in their first language? If not, then learning English may be just as difficult for them. Number 2, their exposure to formal education. What is their history in school? Have they missed 3 years of school? Are they considered a student with interrupted formal education? Have they been in and out of school as they've matriculated through where they're going or where they're coming? This is important. Their first language's proximity to the English language. If their written language in their first language is of symbols and they're learning the alphabets and they're not making progress in the alphabets, that's something to consider because that's not something that they see on a normal basis or they use at home. And then the type and the quality of instruction provided to support language acquisition within the school setting. So this is something that I think is important to mention, the difference between academic language and social language. And to you, it may seem like common sense. There is obviously a difference between us speaking at the bus and then us speaking in the classroom. But it's important because we may confuse the two when we see an English learner giving some type of communication in English. It is not necessarily the same as we would use in the classroom. So the basic interpersonal community skills, or what we would call social language, is what the students probably first acquire. So if you see an English learner and they come in and they're not communicating with you at all, but at recess, they're talking to Timmy and you are like, I know that you told me, or you did not respond to me and you were nodding, but you were talking to Timmy. They are probably using their emergency English or social English, something that they first learned in order to use. Now, the second thing that's important to know is the CALP, cognitive, academic, language proficiency. This is your academic language. So when we're determining if a student is making progress, it's important to talk about this with English learners because every new unit, every new lesson, every new topic, every different content area is something brand new to them. It's like they're learning English all over again. I had a situation once where a student aced this one unit and then they moved on to the next unit and they were failing the entire thing. And the teacher said, Ms. Chenevert, I don't know what happened. I said, well, let me look at the vocabulary. Totally different units. So the student was not capable, but they hadn't acquired that English language. And the previous unit, they had background knowledge in. So they were able to perform. So these are just some things to keep in mind when you receive an evaluation or a referral, and you're trying to determine what data pieces to look at. So we're going to talk about the steps for special education identification for ELS. So I wanted to start off by talking about some key challenges for identifying ELS, and you are probably familiar with one, if not all of them. The first one is the lack of multi-tiered early intervention strategies, supporting ELS in intervention before we get a referral, so that we're not streamlining them from tier 1 to tier 3. The referral process and design, and the lack of options for providing support for students. So why is this important? We want to make sure that we're not over or under identifying our ELS based off language proficiency. So I have some key questions, and I have 3 different slides of key questions. They're not one right after the other, but these are really important. And these are questions that I would submit to you to ask when you receive a referral. And I'm going to read these. Is the reason for the disability evaluation based on the student's suspected disability and need for disability-related services and not the student's English language proficiency? So if the student just got to the United States and they're not making progress within the first couple of weeks, within the first couple of months, maybe even 3 9-week periods, this doesn't necessarily mean that the child has a disability. So we want to make sure that we look at language and disability not the same. Does the evaluation use appropriate methods to measure the student's ability and not the student's language skill? If a student is an emerging student, which means that they have the lowest level of language proficiency, and we are administering an evaluation to them in a language that they haven't yet acquired, are they going to produce the results that we're looking for? Absolutely not. This seems like a no-brainer, but this is something that we should consider and the resources that we have to support them. Is the disability evaluation, and I just said this, is the disability evaluation administered in the child's native language unless clearly not feasible to do so to avoid misclassification? Can the disability evaluation be conducted in one or more forms, such as orally or in writing? Did the IEP or Section 504 team gather information from the student, parents, and school records regarding the school's previous educational experiences, language assessments, and special education assessments? So this is why looking at the student's CUBE folder is so important. Now, if they just came from Guadalajara and we don't have a CUBE folder, okay, that's understandable. However, this particular population of students, they're very transient. So if you have a student from another parish and you were able to request the records and they were a pre-existing English learner, that would be great to look at to see where they're making progress. If they were previously identified as an L, what are their grades looking like? Before we just assume that they're not making progress. Maybe they are making progress, just not at the rate of a native English speaker. Is the student receiving adequate language instruction to support and assist them with making academic progress? This is my favorite question to ask. I'll take a little pivot to caveat to some strategies that we support in the Division of Diverse Learners for English learners, and that is to use content-based English instruction, which you may have also heard sheltered instruction or standards-based instruction. This is where we support language acquisition within instruction. And if you want more information for that, I'm happy to provide that. Just contact me after this. But If the student is not receiving support in those 4 language domains, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, then are we giving them the opportunities to make progress within the content area? That's a question to ask. What behaviors indicate that the student may have a learning disability not considered typical for their cultural or linguistic background or the process of adjusting to the United States? So if a student just came to the United States and they enrolled in school the next day and they're not speaking to you within 2 weeks, this is normal. So that's something to consider. And what other factors outside of the classroom impact student learning and performance? Is the student missing a lot of days? This is important. Does the student have an English-speaking peer, parent, anyone at home that can help them with their homework? No, they're not doing their homework. That could be why. These are things to consider. It may seem like common sense, but it's important to talk about it. So here are some other things that I want to address. Newcomers, beginners, students with interrupted formal education, and I'll stop there. So if you're not familiar with SIFEs, these are students that are ages 13 and older that have missed at least 2 years of school. They were not in school and now they have learning loss. We would consider those students SIFE. Do we do anything extra for SIFEs? We give them the same instruction that we would any other student, but they may need a little bit more support. Or long-term Ls can be referred at any time for special education services if an exceptionality is suspected. If an L has an existing IEP, then we would continue to provide those supports to them, or that we can start giving them those supports immediately according to Bulletin 1530. However, I want to note that it is important when we are talking about a student that is suspected of having a disability that we don't shoot from tier 1 to tier 3. The process that we use for a general education student that is suspected of having a disability is the same that we would use for an L. So this would highlight the fact that we cannot use language as a vehicle to say that they have a disability. So the same process that we would move through the interventions and tiers and moving is the same process that we would do for an English learner. Now we're going to talk about intervention and different types of intervention later on in the slide deck. We can also not delay special education evaluation because of an L's English learner status. We cannot do that. And then the last one, I know I said I would say this a lot, teachers, special education and IEP teams, SBLCs, teams, pupil appraisal, anyone that supports the student should be used collaboratively to make decisions. So it should not just be off the basis that Ms. Johnson said that Tommy is not making progress. We need to look at multiple avenues of data. So here are 3 different scenarios, that I want to go over when determining if a student should be evaluated or not. So the first one is that an L is in the general education environment. So we notice that the child has some difficulty accessing the curriculum. We place them in a different tier. After we have an SBLC, we meet with the collaborative group. The L makes progress. We stop. We continue to support that student. The L is not making progress in intervention. Then we proceed, so on and so forth. The second scenario, the L has an existing IEP. Perhaps you get a student that transferred into your school system and they already have an IEP. You continue to reevaluate as you would any other student, and they must receive the supports from their IEP as well as their L checklist, because they must receive both unless their parents have denied ESL services. Scenario 3, an L without a current evaluation or IEP, but may have a low incident disability suspicion. Conduct an evaluation. No exceptionality. You continue to support them and monitor them. Conduct an evaluation. They qualify under Bulletin 1508, and you provide those services as well as the language acquisition services. So this is part of my, I say every part is my favorite, but this is part of my favorite of the slide deck. So we're going to talk about, and I'm not going to read these verbatim because I have a couple of slides that note a behavior. What's the difference between language And what does a disability look like? So I know this is probably going to be your favorite too, because you probably have a lot of questions. Is this language or is this a disability? So if you didn't catch the QR code at the beginning, I'm happy to go back, but this is something that I would recommend that you go back and read. If you have teams that you work with, that they go back and read so that you can see the differences between the two. So the first one is oral comprehension and listening. So the behavior that you would see is that the student does not respond to verbal directions. They need frequent repetition of oral direction and input, and they have delayed response. So there's a lot of things that can go on with an English learner that's important to talk about. Number one, there could be a processing thing going on. If the student is receiving information in their L2 or L3, depending if they're multilingual, they process in their first language, and then they're expected to produce in their L1. This is a lot for a student, especially when they're learning English and content at the same time. One thing that's also important to mention is that it takes a lot of repetition for an English learner to acquire the English language. There's some research that suggests that it may take 16 repetitions of one word for an L to grasp that word. So if they're not responding to you in the manner in which you would like, they probably need a little bit more repetition. But again, I implore you to look at the possible indicators of a learning disability slide so that you can see the difference. And I'll just read one. The first one, the student does not respond to verbal directions. The language acquisition component to that says that the student lacks understanding of vocabulary in English, but they demonstrate understanding in their L1. At the beginning, remember I said that it would be important to determine their language proficiency in their first language. This can help when you're trying to determine their cognitive ability in their L2. Now, an indicator of a possible learning disability is that the student consistently demonstrates confusion when given verbal directions in both their first language and in English. Something may be there for you to explore. The next, speaking and oral fluency. So behaviors that may show this: the student lacks verbal fluency, they pause, they hesitate, they omit words. The student is unable to orally retell a story. The student does not orally respond to questions or does not speak much at all. So there are 5 stages of language proficiency, and in some cases, depending on the model that the research that you look at, 6. So it may take an L up to 7 years to acquire the English language, and we never stop learning. So imagine for a child that's coming in that hasn't yet acquired every word or vocabulary in their L1, but now they're learning in English as well. So it may take an L up to 7 years to fully learn the English language comparable to their first language. There's also something that I love to talk about, which is called the silent period. This is a period of time where the student may not engage with you. They may sit, they may nod, they may turn around, pay attention, but they're not giving you verbal responses. This is normal for an L. Now, there's research that suggests it may take 6 months for the child to come out of the silent period, but it also depends on the educational history of the student, the cultural impact that they've had. A number of factors can impact the silent period. So if a child is not speaking to you within the first couple of weeks of school, this is not necessarily a cause for concern. Phonemic awareness and reading. And this is probably going to be your favorite one. So I would go back and read this one in detail. So the student does not remember letter sounds from one day to the next. The student is unable to blend letter sounds in order to decode words for reading. The student is unable to decode words correctly. So this is where you really have to look at the difference between their L1 and the language, the first language that they're learning, and the language that you're teaching, which is English. The sounds may be different. The pronunciations may be different. Decoding may be completely different. So I implore you to read this slide. I know, especially if you're elementary, if you support it at the elementary level, this is going to be your favorite slide. I would go back, highlight it, read it twice over. Reading comprehension and vocabulary. This is also one of my favorite ones. If the students are still acquiring the English language and they are not performing well on comprehension tests and it's an English class, and they're not responding correctly, it's probably because they're still acquiring the English language. So this is something to consider. Now, if they are repetitively not performing and you've given them options to use their L1, which is their first language, and they're also not performing in the language or the vocabulary that you're giving them in English, then that's a cause for concern. But if we're using, let's say, companion documents, and you've given one in their first language and one in English, and they still are not able to produce anything, okay, that's a cause for concern. Writing. Some behaviors that you may see: errors made with punctuation and capitalization. Student may have difficulty writing grammatically correct sentences. The students may have difficulty generating a paragraph or writing essays. So with language acquisition, in every stage, the student is able to produce more. So it may start off as one word that they're able to produce. It may then trickle into phrases. Then they may be able to produce sentences and then paragraphs. This could happen over the course of years. So just because a student is not able to write a multi-paragraph essay in 2 weeks, this doesn't necessarily mean that there's a cause for concern. However, if they're not being able to pay attention, if you've taught them numerous amounts of time the different parts of sentence structure, and they're still not able to produce these things over a course of time, if they're not making, my favorite word, progress, this is a cause for concern. Now, it's also important to mention that, especially in a couple of languages, the words that we capitalize in the English language may not be capitalized in their first setting. I know I would see that all of the time with my students that spoke Spanish, because there's things that we capitalize that they don't in the alphabet usage. So that's important to know the cultural aspect of your students as well, that it's not necessarily that they're not able to do or that it's disability related. It could be something that they're having to break off that they're learning, or we don't want to say break off because we want to cherish their L1, but that they're not able to switch over in English. Spelling. The student misspells a word. The student spells a word incorrectly and the letters are sequenced incorrectly. This is very common for an English learner, especially when they're learning sounds. Very, very, very common for an L. However, if this happens over a long period of time, this is a cause for concern. If they're reversing letters that are not connected in sound, that we wouldn't blend in English, this is a cause for concern. Mathematics. Now, you may see that your L's are very capable of producing in the content of math because it's not as print rich as English. However, they still have to comprehend the questions that they're being prompted. They still have to complete multi-steps that would allow them to show some cognitive ability. Maybe they need to answer a comprehension question in terms of the word problem. These are things that we can look at if they're not making progress. Now, if we're having to read and everything is in English and they just got here and they're an emerging student and they're not able to read the constructive response question, this is typical. If the student is answering a constructive response question and they answer with one word and they've only been here for 2 months, this is normal. I would implore you to read the possible learning disability indicators. Other things that you may see: handwriting behavior. The student is unable to copy words correctly. The student appears to be inattentive, easily distracted, unmotivated. One of my favorite things to address is when I hear someone say that an English learner is unmotivated. This is probably most certainly not the case. This is a lot to receive information in a language that you don't understand, and you're trying to understand the process of the classroom. I'll never forget, I had a student, he had been in the United States for only a short amount of time, and he could not get the grasp of going to the restroom. He couldn't do it because in his previous educational environment, he could just get up and go. And so this impacted his instruction because he didn't understand the cultural aspect of asking the teacher to go to the restroom. This is something simple that we wouldn't even consider as a data piece that can impact instruction when the student is literally trying to understand what is going on in the classroom. So these are some things to consider. The L's family or personal history. Is the parent able to communicate in English at any point in time? Is the child progressing through their language acquisition? Those are the 4 language domains I mentioned: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. If they are not moving on that trajectory chart that I showed you, then that's a cause for concern. If they have been an English learner for 7 years, which they would be considered an English learner at that, a long-term English learner, if they're not making progression, what language domain are they not making progression in? Is it in speaking? Is it in listening? Is it in reading or writing? Or is it in all 4? That's a cause for concern. And then are they not meeting, if they've acquired some English language, are they not meeting the content specific benchmarks? So I have a quote from the West Ed company, the research company, that I think is super important to say, and especially in this group, in this environment. Standardized test scores alone cannot distinguish between learning disabilities and other factors, such as a student's low level of proficiency in his or her first language, limited schooling, and prior schooling, and low levels of English proficiency that may cause an English learner student to perform below standards. So if you get a referral for an English learner and you've not considered these areas back here, all of these areas, then these are some things that we need to go back and look at. Test scores alone, if the student is bombing every Friday test, every other Friday test, and they just got here, not necessarily a cause for concern if they are brand new. So interventions. If an L fails to make progress in spite of receiving support in the general education setting, then of course they should be referred to the SBLC. This is not new to you. This is something that you already know. But this is my favorite part about talking about this. And I know I mentioned it earlier. Collaboration is key. You must have multiple inputs. It's important to support that student, the teacher. If there's an L teacher or an L specialist or a coach who is well-versed in language acquisition and also maybe knows the content, you all, it's important to have different perspectives when determining, is it language or is it disability? Because I know that's the main question that you're always trying to determine. So something else that I know I just mentioned, but gather as much information as possible when trying to determine, is it language or is it a disability? So some things that I would recommend that we've covered today, their ELPT scores. This is something that I would use 100%. Are they making progress in their language proficiency? Okay, you can request that from your accountability person. A lot of schools keep a copy in the CUME folder from year to year. You can get that from that person or your L supervisor or whoever manages the data. The second thing that I would look at is their grades. Now, this is my favorite part to talk about grades. When we're looking at grades, how many items are tests? How many items are classroom participation, classroom activities? If 90% of the assignments are assessments, this doesn't really support the L as much as it could, especially if they're not able to completely immerse themselves in the classroom. So that is not a you thing, but that's conversations to have when you're looking at your student data. If they're making progress in interventions. Now, there's 2 different interventions that I want to mention, especially when it comes to English learners. And these are just some sample strategies, but I want to note that there's a difference between the intervention that you would provide to any student and language specific interventions. Okay. So if we put a child in intervention, if we move them from a different tier because they're of their language proficiency, they're not making progress in class because of their language proficiency. We know this. So we want to give them some support, but we put them in intervention. If the intervention is not language specific, immersed in the content area, then we cannot necessarily say that we gave that student the same interventions that we would for any other child. Okay. So some support for L specific language acquisition would be to use visual aids, gestures, demonstrations, providing context for the content that you're giving in terms of background knowledge. There's many different strategies that you can use for an L, but the strategies that you use to support language acquisition are not the same strategies that you would use for a student that is also in like a reading intervention. And some examples of this would be direct instruction of remedial skills or phonemic awareness, phonics, teaching strategies for comprehension, chunking text, annotations, context clues. If this is what intervention looks like for everyone, and we put the L in this intervention, but we're monitoring for language growth, we can't say that the child is not making progress if it doesn't have language supports in it. Assessment and evaluation. So I know I said I had a couple of questions, a couple of slides with questions that I thought were really important, and this is another one. So are evaluators trained to conduct the evaluation and interpret the results, including knowing how to differentiate between language needs and disabilities? Does the IEP or 504 team include participants who have knowledge of the student's language needs and training in special education and related services, and someone that has a background in second language acquisition? So this is important, which is why I keep mentioning the word collaboration. Have the parents been invited to participate in the planning process and been informed of their rights in the language that they understand? Has a trained interpreter and translated documents been provided or been available to the parents with limited English proficiency? So by law, if we send home anything to our parents that speak another language than English, they must be provided in that child's or their family's language. Will the recommended services allow the Ls with disabilities to be involved and make progress in the general education setting? I know we spoke about it earlier. Ms. Jordan said it, least restrictive environment. Same thing for our Ls. We don't want to take them outside of the general education setting. We want them to be immersed in the English language. Is there a formal plan to monitor the progress of Ls with disability in respect to language and disability based goals? So a lot of English learners have an English language acquisition plan. So whoever your L contact person is, that is also a piece of data that I would use when you are looking to evaluate a student. What are their goals, their language goals for the year, as well as the items that are included on their IEP? And has the student's general education teachers and related service providers been made aware of the services? So these are some things to consider. One, there's the word again, collaboration. How many people are involved in supporting that student? If it's just the teacher saying, Timmy is not making progress on any of my assessments, so I need him to be evaluated. Okay, let's look at some data. Distinguishing the difference between the language and the disability, which is why referencing those 4 language domains in the classroom, as well as the progression on the EOPT, is important. And then the assessment administration. So the examiner qualifications, the type of assessment that is used, and I'm going to talk about interpreters and translators. So this may seem like common sense to you, but I like to put language so that it makes sense for us. So an interpreter is a professional that is an expert in spoken language. A translator is a person that literally translates the documents. Those are different things, and a lot of times we use the terms interchangeably. They're not the same. So what are the do's? Do offer and use interpreter and translators to communicate and gain consent with the families. Now, this is the big one. You think that you may help the student when doing this, but we want to make sure that we are supporting the student to the best of our ability. Do not translate the test material without establishing validity. So we probably have a third party in the room with the student that probably speaks the student's language, and we don't know what they're saying, and we don't know what they're asking. So we don't know how valid the test is. And now your results are skewed and you don't know because you don't speak that language. So this is something that we want to take caution with, because this is how we over or under identify a student, because we don't know what's going on. So that's a resource thing, and that is a planning thing on the team to make sure that you're able to properly communicate, and that that person that you're using as a third party understands the entire process. They're not feeding them information. They're not hinting at them. And they're also telling you exactly what the child said. So further supporting them with disabilities. So this is my favorite slide. I know I probably said every slide is my favorite slide, but this is my favorite one. So ELs with disabilities must be provided with both language assistance and disability-related services under federal law. So I mentioned those 3 core strategies that our division supports, which are dual language, content-based English instruction, standards-based, or you may have heard me say sheltered English instruction. This basically means that the general education teacher at some point is differentiating for their student with listening, speaking, reading, and writing, which not necessarily those 4 language domains, but they should be differentiating in general. So how many opportunities does a student have to see a visual, to use a word wall, to use a word bank, things that assist them through their stages of English proficiency? So if you were linked to the QR code, all of these are hyperlinked and it'll bring you to each and every one of them. And I'm going to go through what they are because they are amazing documents. The first one, identifying and supporting English learners with disability guidance. That is basically everything that I just presented to you, but in the form of a guidance document. And there's a couple of more things in there that I didn't necessarily include for today's presentation because we're focusing on identification. I would look at that. I would share it with your teams. The next one, Louisiana glossaries of strategies. If you are supporting teachers that have made referrals and they say, I do not know what to do with the English learner, these strategies are going to help your students, and I'm the instruction person, so I would be happy to help you. Call me. The next one, classroom differentiation plan. So this is something that we provide as a tool to help you differentiate for those language needs, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And it's so great. It literally tells you what to do for each one. Can't make this up. The next one, this is also my favorite, and I promise you this will be your favorite too. So if you go back to this slide deck, I implore you to look at the link that says LA Connectors for ELs. Why is this important to you? So when someone refers a student to you, an L for a potential disability, and you're not sure what they should be doing at the stage of language proficiency, this document includes it. So for K-12, at the top of the document, there are the 5 different stages of language proficiency at the top. On the left side, or my right to you, on the left side of the document, there are all of the ELA standards for that particular grade level. And in the boxes underneath, it literally says what the English learner should be able to do at every stage of language proficiency based on the ELA standard. We also have the same thing for connectors for ELs, specifically for students that that have a disability. I would highly recommend that you look at this or reference it or share it with your teachers when they think that the student is not making the progress that they think they should, because this document shows you what they are able to produce at every stage of language proficiency based on the Louisiana standards. The task analysis tool is a great planning tool to help the teachers plan out for those 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The second to last document, the English Learner Guidebook, Changing Educational Outcomes for English Learners, that mentions the strategy that I have been referencing throughout the presentation today. And there's also a resource for embedding academic content and literacy for ELs in elementary and middle school. So accommodations. I'm sure you know a whole lot about accommodations, and ELs, once they qualify for English learner status, they qualify for accommodations. The accommodation checklist should be updated every year. I know a lot of times maybe for 504 plans, we do calendar year to calendar year, but I recommend, this is just a recommendation. This is not anything in writing, but as someone that supports ELs, I recommend that these are updated at the beginning of every year because they should make English progress. So our accommodations should be updated to reflect the English growth that we're seeing. We should take caution around accommodations when we're giving them for ELs, because we do not want to over accommodate our ELs and we don't want to under accommodate our ELs. So if an English learner is making progress, then we should have a gradual pullback of accommodations. And just because they came straight in maybe to the country and they haven't acquired any English, this doesn't mean that we check off every accommodation on the list because they don't speak English, especially if we don't know the usefulness to this. You can update, and I know you know this, accommodations 30 days before the testing window. So I would update their accommodations if you see fit at least twice a year, once in the fall, once in the spring semester, if need be. I wouldn't say you have to update all of them, but the teachers know and you know as they're making progress. And of course, if they have an IEP, you must give them both the language acquisition supports from their L checklist as well as what's on their IEP. So I won't read this to you verbatim because I basically just told you all of these, but there are some do's and don'ts to accommodations. We, again, do not want to over accommodate them, and we do not want to under accommodate them. If it's on the accommodation, and I do want to say this, if the teacher has signed their L checklist, then they are required by law to give them that accommodation. So if we come back to an SBLC and there's a referral and a teacher has signed off to give test read aloud and they've not read their test read aloud and their data does not reflect what it should, and we didn't give them their accommodation, that's something that we need to consider. If the teacher has checked off, or the committee, because it should be a committee of people, has checked off tests in Spanish and for math, and instruction is not in Spanish for math, that's not necessarily the best accommodation for that student. So that's why I say we want to choose these wisely. Continued evaluation. So these are two things you may or may not be familiar with. There are domain exemptions on the EOPT or the EOPT Connect for Ls with a disability. That's something that you have to submit to the accountability department here at the state. For more questions regarding domain exemption, I would email assessment@la.gov. And then at the very end of this, I do want to mention, because you may or may not know, Ls with disabilities may be able to receive an early exit from L status after 4 years of being duly identified as an L and a student with disability. This is something that you have to come up with as a collaborative team. That's my favorite word today, collaborative team. And then you must contact the state assessment department. So I have a little activity, and it's something that we're just going to talk through. And I am an in the crowd type of person. So I'm just going to speak out at you guys, and I welcome you to respond back to me. So meet Isabella. This is a scenario. So you guys are going to help make the plan for this student. Isabella arrived, and all the details are important. Isabella arrived at your school district as a 3rd grade student 2 months ago from Mexico. How many months? Where she was born and raised. She is 9 years old and recently completed the EOPS. Her EOPS scores were a 2 in listening, a 1 in reading, a 1 in speaking, and a 1 in writing. So she's an emerging student, which means that she is at the very lowest point of English proficiency in terms of the 3 levels. Isabella now lives with her aunt and her 4 elementary aged cousins. So are there a lot of people in the house? Yes. Her mother and father remain in Mexico. So this may be something else to consider. Her aunt works 2 jobs and is very busy. Her family only speaks Spanish. So does she have any English support at home? Her school in Mexico only taught in Spanish. She has had very little exposure to the English language. Her teachers notice that she is struggling to pay attention, rarely attempts to speak, and is not performing well on any of her weekly assessments. She receives tests read aloud and has a word-to-word dictionary. Isabella's school utilizes structured English immersion, which is a shameless plug to one of our strategies. Her content teachers consist of 2 veteran teachers and 1 first-year teachers. What difficulties do you think Isabella is struggling with? Or could she just be adjusting culturally and linguistically, or might she have a disability? Any thoughts? She just got here. She's adjusting. Thank you. We're there. This is just a main question. Does Isabella's current situation differ from any other student? So this is one of my favorite parts of this particular slide. If we were placing her in a classroom with a student to work with someone, one of the accommodations that you can choose for an English learner is a peer tutor. Based on the options up here, you guys are welcome to come in. Based on the options up here, who would you pair her with? And you can speak out at me. Or are you not sure? Okay. I think it's important to mention that one of the accommodations we can choose is a peer support for our students. One thing we don't want to do for our Ls is to put them in a position where they are either one, heavily relying on another student and that student regresses, or that it becomes a crutch situation. So one thing that I would suggest is that we pair them with a native English speaker so that they are around someone that is speaking English. Now, can it help for them to be in the same group with a student that speaks the same language? Absolutely. But we just want to use discretion with that. So I have a couple of other questions for us, and I'll kind of try to cut it short because I know the session is ending. Does Isabella's home environment, economic status, or culture have anything to do with her current class participation? Yes, absolutely. Does her time spent in a U.S. school have anything to do with her performance? Absolutely. So if one of her teachers referred her for an evaluation, she has only been in school for how many months? Thank you. What about 6 months? She could still be in the silent period, but can we still monitor her? Yes. What additional information would you need? And this will leave it rhetorical. What information do you need to answer any of these questions? How will you gather this information? Has Isabella been provided opportunities to display her ability to communicate her knowledge in her home language? This is something to consider. What could be done to provide Isabella with opportunities to display her knowledge in Spanish? So these are some important questions that if I was in the group that was discussing her progress, I would ask these questions. Has Isabella's aunt expressed any issues or concern with her school performance? Have we communicated home? That's important. Do we have the resources to communicate with her aunt? How would you gather this information? Is Isabella making progress? What data pieces would you look at for Isabella? She has just taken the ELPS. We would look at her previous data if we got it from her school in Mexico. We would look at her performance on her weekly assignments and maybe assessments. And over what span of time would you measure her progress? Any questions? Okay, there's my email address. Please feel free to email me at any time. I'm happy to help. And I appreciate you guys attending the session.
Testing. All right. So I want to thank everybody again for your attendance today. I hope that the topics were timely and beneficial to you. This is my contact information. If you have any ideas about upcoming trainings that you would like, please feel free to email me or any questions that you have. Some of you all I've kind of know through email already. So I'm just Karen Becknell at la.gov. So what I want to kind of close with today is just talking about some of the RDR things that we've been looking at here at the department. We work with developers who go in when you all send tickets into the system, and you might just make a suggestion. Hey, did you all think about this? And then we look at it, we discuss it as a team, make a ticket, and see what the developers can come up with. And then it may be some things that are real true fixes. And there are some common things we get in, like asking us to delete RDRs and things like, so we're working on, these are some of the things that we are working on. I don't know how to say this without sounding trite, but some things take precedence over some of the things that you all ask for. Like if we're trying to get out statewide reports, data and all of that, that takes precedence. But federal reporting, okay. So it's not that you're being ignored. It's just that it's on the burner, okay? And these are some of the things we're looking at. Some of the things that are just common, or like I said, maybe a suggestion from somebody. And I got an email the other day. I don't know who it was from, but it was about the extensions. And we're gonna look at that again. We're gonna revisit it. But we don't think when we go in and make changes, not we, because I'm not, whatever. But when we have a discussion and then we get with the developers and we make a decision, you know, we are talking about it. It's not that we're just not thinking about, and you know, Ashley and them always like, Karen, you know, how does this affect them out in the field? And we have on the list, when you turn in something for a JIRA ticket to get it fixed, and it has a drop-down box that asks about priority. Well, it might not be a priority to you, but it's a priority to them. But it may not be a priority based on the kind of other data that we're trying to get out or other information that's trying to be done. So don't think what you're doing is not important and not being considered. It's on the list. And these are some of the things on the list. Some of them you may recognize, and there's some of them are just fixes and some of them are new things. And so someone sent in where when you checked the box 1B, all the bullets went away. So that's a fix that we're working on. Allowing, just like you can go in and amend an IEP after it's been submitted, that's something that we're working on. The additional box for an additional adaptive assessment, that's something that's in the works. But, you know, they asked me, well, why would somebody need to put in another kind of because you know, it only allows you to put two, one from the parent, one from the teacher. Well, I say, well, you know, it's rare that it happens, but it could happen. And so you want to be able to have the access to be able to put that information in, and it's going to require, if you check that and put in a different named assessment, a little box that explains why, because somebody else might want to know why did they need that extra, you know, box. Adding the signature line after the participant's name. I just talked with Stacy the other day about that and just kind of run through and seeing what's the status on some of these things were. A big one, and I know you all know this, and you probably will get it a lot when you would get kids from other districts. You're not going to be able to submit an RDR without having a dissemination date on it. Because a lot of the things we were getting, they were asking the devs to go back in there and put in the dissemination dates. And so now, coming up in the next few months, once that is a fix that they're working on, you will not be able to submit without a dissemination date. This is another one, incomplete RDRs. If like if it's one that comes, you get from another state or another LEA, unable to complete, it's gonna be deleted. It's gonna be coded that way. Drop down box for tertiary. That was another one when I first got here, like, why does that need it? It's rare, but it happens. And so that's one that's in the work. Okay, I put it again. We still working on increasing that character box for a capacity box. So we're still working on that. We haven't forgotten about it. Allowing exceptionalities to populate in the preview box, giving LEAs the ability, and we're working through this because we don't want, say, a kid to get an eval on the west side of the river, and then they go to the east side of the river and the east side deletes it. So we're working on what those parameters are gonna look like, because anybody could go in there and delete it for whatever reason. So that is in the works as well, but we don't want to just have it where anybody can go in there without some kind of a tracking process. Someone wanted us to add, and this was a suggestion, adding the 2 coordinator positions for talented and another just kind of drop down to add that name is, those categories were not there. And another one I was reviewing, I saw where this one came in, and it may not be a common problem, but the headers were reading, like if a kid had, and I went back and I checked it, and I was like, yeah, that does happen. Like if a kid had, and I'm gonna just say EBR because I'm out of EBR. And so if a kid had an eval done in EBR, and then they went to Ascension, when you would open it up, it would look like Ascension had done it and not EBR. And so that's a fix that's in the makings as well. It's on the Dev's calendar for later this year. So those are just some of the things. If you all continue to send in those tickets, we talk about them when we get them. There's a process that we go through to see, go into the system and see how it works. And then we have a discussion. So don't think that, what you're saying and what you submitted is not being considered, because it is.
I just want to say, guys, like across our entire diverse learning team, we have a never ending student. So because I know we have people, appraisal staff, we have customer set directors, whether it's coming to the SPED inbox, diverse learning support inbox, whether you're reaching out to parent actually need merit, whoever, it's all on a list, and it's all being like taken care of as soon as we can get to it. We have cleaned out kind of our SPED box.
Yeah.
We know there was a point where people were not getting responses from that inbox. We now have more of our team members with access to those inboxes, to where we can all jump in it at random times and answer any questions that you have, or at least get them to the appropriate part to where those questions are. So no matter what inbox you reach out to, trust me, it goes on a list, and it's
Yep. So take the quick survey. Just want to know how you get some feedback on today's event, and also about topics that you would like to see for another event like this. And again, we just appreciate you coming. Everyone, I sent out the slide decks a little while ago. Hopefully you got them. I had a couple of emails that bounced back. And I'm also at one point going to send out a certificate for today's attendance as well. So again, we appreciate you all coming, and you all be safe and have a great evening. All right. All right, guys, see you all tomorrow.